Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm JTG, aka Jay the God.
AKA the Human Shopping Channel come to life. A brand new Wrestling Insiders Week in Review begins now.
This is Mick Foley.
This is Harley Race.
This is Shelton Benjamin.
This is Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff.
This is the Monster Abyss.
And this is Daniel Bryan.
This is JBL, and you're watching the MWF.
Be there live.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, welcome to the November 20th, 2021 installment of Wrestling Insiders Week in Review. We hope you didn't miss us too much last week. We just simply ran out of time as we were preparing for our 20th anniversary extravaganza back to the 90s at Memorial Hall, Melrose, Massachusetts. What a night it was, the memories that were created, the things that you were a part of and experienced, the things that you may have heard about and seen, the behind-the-scene things that happened. My dear Lord, we are working on a tremendous documentary about that. I am still mentally and physically exhausted from the experience. My physical disability issues have flared up and then some. We got some really cool news coming your way as we wrap up our 20th anniversary celebration on Saturday, April 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose when we go back to the 80s with the Berserker, the greatest tag team in WWF history, Axe and Smash Demolition, and Jake the Snake Roberts, along with others we are in contact with as we speak. We got some frustrating things going on right now with the Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive. We have some issues with Marty Jannetty's talk show that are very important that I want to address right off the bat. We are pretty much out of episodes. I think we have 2 left, and at that point, I don't know if hiatus is the right word, or we go into rerun mode, or we have little marathons, or we just chop it up into a season. But I don't want the party to end. Obviously we have had issues with Marty since he's came into our world back in July of 2020. I have to say, last Saturday at Memorial Hall in Melrose, it was probably the best I've ever seen Marty. And if we could just keep Marty on that train, so to speak, my dear God, the content that he and I could produce, the fun we could produce, the history we could produce, the stories we could tell without the GPS going wild, so to speak, my dear Lord. So we created an Indiegogo campaign. You can find that link in the comments section below. It is very important that everybody, if you enjoy the show, if you've ever enjoyed the show, if you want more shows like this to continue, even if everybody that watches donated $1, I mean, we'd have it wrapped up a couple days. But it's up to you guys at the end of the day. I'm willing to produce anything you want. I'm willing to work my ass off. I'm going to be here on Thanksgiving Eve. I'm going to be here on Thanksgiving. I'll probably be here on Christmas Eve. I'll probably be here on Christmas Day. All because we want to give you guys the best experiences possible, whether it be live events, whether it be video productions. I was supposed to be at Survivor Series tomorrow in Brooklyn. It doesn't look like I'm even going to be able to attend that now because there are so many fires to put out that I'm not going to get into right now. It's just a very unfortunate, stressful time. But the good news is we're here together on Saturday night, even though it doesn't look much like Saturday, as we get a front row view of downtown Melrose, Massachusetts, the zip code of champions. That is Main Street at its finest. Tonight we have Oscar of Men on a Mission in studio with us. It was great to have Oscar with us at the live event, so we said, why not tape instead of a podcast-style program, an in-studio style program. This week on Wrestling Insiders Extreme, we've gone from New Jack to just incredible. This week we have one of wrestling's all-time greats that was with ECW for a short period of time in its infancies, Kevin Sullivan. It was great to have Kevin with us. Hope to have a lot more Kevin with us in the future. From there, we move on to the one and only Demolition Axe, Bill Eadie, back with us, talking more about the year that was 1987 in the World Wrestling Federation. Of course, the Thursday night party with Marty this week was a crazy one. Marty talks about Tanaka's debut, a wild wife story, and more as we begin to dive more into WWF in 1991. And then, of course, we wrap up the week with the dad of Boston Wrestling, MWF. I could only be talking about Mr. John Cena Sr. with the latest news and notes, our 20th anniversary event last week, WWE releases, and so much more. Also previewing Survivor Series Sunday night. So 5 great episodes. We're not going to have the usual individual breaks where I chit-chat with you because, like I said, I'm just physically, mentally exhausted. I'm going to greet you here. I am going to say goodnight to you because it's only polite. But we have 5 great episodes for you to enjoy. Again, if you enjoy Marty Jannetty's program, please, folks, click on the link on the premiere box where we chat away, type away, and in the description box below. If you guys can help us, we can help you. It's pretty simple. We're a team. This is the first chance I've really had to almost pause for a second since I can't even say when because we were so busy with the event last Saturday. I snuck out of here a little early last night to take baby Marty to the Boston Celtics LA Lakers game where the Celtics took it to the LA Lakers big time. But nonetheless, no time for the weary, no rest for the wicked. Onward we go. It's Wrestling Insiders Week in Review as we kick it off with Oscar of Men on a Mission in studio. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, like I said, Oscar, we are live. Well, we're not live, but we're in living color right now.
That's right. Instead of being on the phone in Indiana or Atlanta, I'm right here, live and in color, because I had to come and straighten you out.
Well, you might have to come when you see Piggott, but that's a different story for a different time.
See,
I don't want
this
Mimi
is what
to
I'm
see
talking
this.
about, y'all.
I don't
this
want
is what
Mimi
I'm
to
talking
see
about.
this. Please. Well, it is a pleasure to have you here in studio as all the great guests that are lining up to go back to the 90s join us as we prepare to honor this man, the late, great Paul Bearer, as we kick off our annual Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive. If you missed... Oh, I didn't know what that was for a second. I thought someone came in the room. I lost my train of thought now. If you weren't part of the big live event November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, boy, did you miss something on Saturday night, Oscar. I'm telling them.
Man, you want to talk about a ball. You know, I'm going to tell you what it is for me. The fans are fantastic.
Are you talking about Din fan or wrestling fans?
The wrestling fans,
all
the fans.
Yeah. Even Din fan.
They're fantastic.
Okay.
The event is fantastic. Holiday Headlocks, fantastic. You know, giving back and doing it in the name of the late, great Paul Bearer, my good friend. You know, I mean, the Undertaker was one thing, but Paul Bearer took him to another level when they had their dynamic, when they were together. But for me, it's the reunion of the 90s people that I worked with or I encountered. You know, that family reunion element is what grabs it for me all the time, be it a WrestleCon or a WrestleFest or anything like that. Just seeing all the people that I work with and I haven't seen for years, to see that they're doing well, that they're well enough to be able to make it to something like that, and the good Lord has blessed them to live through things in order to be together at one more time. That's what makes it for me, and it almost tears me up, you know, to say that I'm alive and well and able to get on a plane and come see everybody. So that's the part of it that really gets me.
Well, it's almost like a homecoming when you think about it.
Yeah, that's the part of it. I mean, I like I said, everything else is fantastic, but that part of it for me, that trumps everything else.
Well, for the fans that were there live, we had that tremendous in-ring tribute to Hacksaw Jim Duggan last night, and I think it's safe to say you rocked Memorial Hall like it's never been rocked before.
Well,
Piggott said the walls were shaking, but then again, when they have Scotch tape on the roof trying to hold it down, that might not be saying too much.
It took a whole lot in me to put Piggott in the rap. I had to, I had to curb my enthusiasm because the words were just getting ready to come out right in the middle a couple of times. But I was like, no, you ain't no damn Marty.
The Rock said, bring it.
Just stay
Randy
on top.
Savage said, dig it.
Just stay on top.
At WrestleMania 5, Morton Downey Jr. said to Roddy Piper, zip it. And we got Piggott.
If I had did one of them numbers, none of us would ever have been allowed to build a no more.
Well, you know, we've talked about it, I believe, on some of the podcast-style shows we've done, but it's a very exciting time in life for you in general, beyond coming up for back to the 90s reunion for the Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive. I'm sure as we have future episodes week to week, we'll be talking more and more about the cyber version of the toy drive through just the Sunday before Christmas. But for you, a lot going on. You're back in the music game after a little while. I mean, you've always been rapping, and you've always been great at it. I mean, you opened for Andrew Dice Clay when he was one of the hottest entertainers in the entire world back in the late 80s and the early 90s. And now here you are again. Tell the fans what you're up to, you rascal.
You know, it's a good friend of mine that I've worked with for over 20 years, Gregory T. Simmons, the executive producer and CEO of a beautiful movement called the Staunch Moderates, just about peace, love, and joy. And I've been working with the man, and he was like, called me up out the blue and said, Kaz, my rap name, Casanova Ace, let's do a rap album. And I think I was half asleep, and I looked at the phone, and I was like, are you kidding me? Next thing I know, I'm in the studio, and I'm making a rap album, The First Realm, and it is so beautiful. He crafted it like a tapestry, and Greg, and I gotta give props to Meshack Lewis and all the producers, and you know, and I had, you know, and I didn't tell you this, but Jeffrey Skunk Baxter, I don't know if you never heard the name.
I'm sorry, what was the name again?
Jeffrey Skunk Baxter.
Unfamiliar.
One of the founding members of the Doobie Brothers.
Oh wow, I'm familiar with the Doobie Brothers.
Yeah, he played on my album.
Really?
Yeah, and
Wow.
another guy.
What was the name again?
Jeffrey Skunk Baxter.
He's part of this album?
He's part of the Doobie Brothers, and he's one of the founding members, of Steely Dan.
Okay.
Yeah, he's part of this album.
Really?
And a guy named C.J. Vanston, and C.J. Vanston was one of the members of Tears for Fears.
So for the fans that might not be familiar with it, again, not to be confused with Din in room 211 at the MGM, but what is the process that you go through to get nominated for a Grammy? Where does it stand right now? I know it's in some kind of contention, but that's about all I understand.
There are a couple of voting processes. There's the first vote where you have tens of thousands of artists
Wow.
that are in the voting members of the Grammy Academy. They vote on, you know, they vote on who should be in the first ballot to get a Grammy nomination. And then the next thing, obviously, is the vote comes again on the list that we're all on to see who's going to get nominated. Then after that, you know, they vote again to see who's actually getting the Grammy. And the nominations are on television.
Wow.
November 23rd, and then actually...
Oh, so we're going to find out a week from tomorrow.
A week from tomorrow, we're going to find out.
It'll be on a Tuesday. Yeah.
If we're nominated.
Wow.
And then if you're nominated, obviously you've seen the Grammys. We all get dressed up to the nines, and we go to where the show is. We go to the big show, and we sit among music's elite. Beyonce.
Maybe Lou Data will have to go and take some pictures.
Beyonce and everybody else. And then we see, you know, who actually gets the Grammy.
No,
we're nominated for best rap song, so that's the category.
Didn't you used to go to a party every year? I don't know if it was associated with the Grammys.
It was associated with the Academy
Awards.
One of the
Okay.
biggest Academy Award parties of the year that my manager Normie Walters used to throw. That are some of the biggest names in TV and music would attend. And that's where coincidentally I met this cat Greg Simmons that got me to do the Staunch Moderate music thing. He was doing a show called Aspen the Series, and he told me about it. And when he told me about it, I rapped to him a theme song right on the spot, and then we started working on it together. We worked on that show for years.
Wow. So how confident do you feel that you're going to at least make it to the, what is it, 5?
To get a nomination?
Yeah, is it 5 that they nominate? Or
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't. If it's somewhere in there. It's not very many.
No.
I don't know. I really don't.
You
I
don't want to
know.
get your hopes up,
No,
but you're
I mean,
excited
I
at the
mean,
same time.
I'm honored to be where I am because, like I said, I mean, it's thousands of people that, and I don't even know how, it's a godsend that we got this far, but I do believe that if we got this far, and I don't know how, it is not unfathomable that we could get a nomination.
Well, I'm pulling for you.
I appreciate
Believe
that.
it or not, the Grammys didn't reach out to me to vote, though.
Well, they should have.
Well, you know the music aficionado I am when I didn't even know the name of the man that was in the Doobie Brothers. But
Well, I bet you, but you know what? But see, you got to be real. You got to be kind of old at this point to even know that.
well, like I said, I know who the Doobie Brothers are, so I
Yeah.
guess I get a little pat on the back for that, like little Barry Horowitz action. But
Yeah, no, I got you.
it's exciting. I know, for the fans that maybe this was kind of a really. I'm interested to see if we have more eyeballs where we have a video presentation on this episode as opposed to doing it podcast style. That could open up some doors with other people that help behind the scenes,
Yeah,
so
definitely,
to speak.
definitely.
I think it's really nice to have you here in studio. I'm glad we knew you were coming anyway. You stepped up when there was.
People that step down.
Well, you know what? Certainly we don't want to put any blame on the Doctor of Style Slick, a great man, a man of God.
Things happen.
But, there's a long story behind that, and I'm expecting the people involved to make it right. And you know what? If they do, we'll leave it at that. Because, again, not only did we have such a great time Saturday night at Memorial Hall, we're going to do it all over again when we finally go back to the 80s, Saturday night, April the 16th. A long time in coming. We have got some great folks that are going to be with us. Again, as noted, we have laid out the red carpet for Hacksaw Jim Duggan to join us if he is feeling healthy enough to do so. His health obviously takes priority. We want Jim to get back to 100% or as close to it as humanly possible. He's a good man. Hopefully that in-ring tribute we did last night put a smile on his face. Not last night, 2 nights ago.
I'm going to tell you, I wouldn't come to be a part of it because I'm not back to the 80s. I'm back to the 90s, obviously. But I would come just to see how it turns out because these things are a documentary. Y'all have no idea. They are
I'll
a
tell you
true
this.
documentary.
I don't even know if you know this, but there has been, it's going to be a two-parter, I guess. There has been a documentary about how this event came to be before, and then sometime during the week we're going to film an after part of it. So I think it could be very interesting. I tell you this, the before part I thought was interesting.
Before part
was
of
captivating.
the before part of this particular event will outsell the event itself. So get ready for it. I'm more looking forward to that than I am of the event.
Well, fans, I know we're partnering with AML Creative over at aml-creative.com on this documentary. I can't wait to see the first part. And then, like I said, we'll have much more to add on everything that happened over the course of a wild weekend. It started with the monsoon here in Boston on Friday morning.
Yeah.
Not gorilla, I'm talking about the weather.
I got
It
off the
wasn't
plane
pretty.
and I had to damn near swim to the hotel. What the hell is this?
Instead of blowing the roof off of buildings, you almost got blown to the hotel.
Man. I mean, that was like rain, go away. No. What you want to know? Okay, I'm looking out the window, it's pouring down raining. I said, ain't no way I'm going up to Melrose and this. I'm going back to bed. But then the rain started letting up, and guess what I found? I found a buffet.
Where?
About a mile down from my hotel. It was one of those Chinese buffets
In Revere?
called the Mandarin Buffet. I don't know what town. It's about a mile. It's in Revere.
Yeah, I know
That's
exactly
I'm
what you're
saying.
talking about. Yeah.
A mile from there, right next to a GameStop. And
Did you
it was
enjoy the buffet?
Surprisingly delicious.
Yes. How much?
I paid $20 altogether.
Did you go for the lunch special to save a few bucks, or did you
No.
go for dinner?
I was there right before I came here. Right before I came here.
Oh, okay. Oh, was you one-stop shopping?
Yeah, when I
making
told
the
you
rounds,
what time
baby.
I was coming, I was
You wanted to
sitting
enjoy
down-
the meal.
I was sitting down with 2 plates in front of me when I texted you and told you what time I would be here.
Oh, you know, that reminds me of our dear friend, the late, great Jackal, one of the men that helped start this organization back in the early 2000s. Another man we miss every day that was such a huge help to me in my life, going back to 1993 when I broke into the sport with the Boston bad boy Tony Rumble. The Jackal was the voice of the CWA, which later became NWA New England, and just a historian like you couldn't believe. We miss the Jackal. We wish he was part of our celebration, but much like Paul Bearer, the Jackal was there in spirit too. Right now, folks, we're going to take a brief time out. When we come back, it'll be more Monday Night Mission. Stand by.
Boston wrestling sports and the MWF explodes into a new year of unknown with professional wrestling content galore, and we need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after we review the previous night's Monday Night Raw, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with the unpredictable WWE Hall of Famer, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights after WWE, NXT, and AEW at 10 p.m., you never know who's going to show up on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll journey through the 80s and 90s on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday nights after the lights go down at the Thunderdome on SmackDown, it's John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. If you want early, ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and to help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times, for less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
On October 28th, 2020, Wrestling's Scariest Night was back with WWE NXT Halloween Havoc. This limited edition collector's autograph poster is number 12 of only 100 produced and is signed by all 9 superstars featured on the poster, including Johnny Gargano, Damian Priest, Candice LeRae, Io Shirai, Dexter Lumis, Cameron Grimes, Rhea Ripley, Raquel Gonzalez, and your Halloween Havoc host, Shotzi Blackheart. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the back. You'll also receive an on-air thank you from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus mystery autograph photo. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to the Monday Night Mission. Dan Marati, Oscar. We got Captain Lou Dater in the control booth. We're rocking, we're rolling. We had one hell of a time Saturday night at Memorial Hall. Do you think they'd ever host one of those Academy Award parties at Memorial Hall? Maybe in the Gar Room?
No.
No. All right, well, I'm
First
trying.
of all, who are they right mind besides me is coming to Boston? Me and Triple H. That's the first
he
thing.
usually comes in November or October.
Yeah,
so
he
missed the reunion.
He comes in November, no.
Did they have now that you mention it, did they have a Nowinski Foundation dinner this year?
They had it virtually this year.
Again?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, that's too bad. I enjoyed going to those.
Yeah,
Very educational.
They had it virtually.
I remember the guy that...
Because you enjoy coming in your pajama pants and slippers. to a
My
black
pajama
tie,
pants
man.
and slippers? What are you talking about?
You had your sandals on. You had
I haven't worn shoes since 2008. I can't get into them.
came in with the
All right, granted, I looked a little out of place,
Oh,
but
Dreamy Mimi is still talking about that.
I had on a nice tie, I had a
And then
nice
you-
shirt,
then you
nice
sat down-
pants.
you sat down next to her like you was her
What
date.
pajama pants are you talking about? I remember one year I ate Mimi's meal. She didn't like it.
Oh,
I don't
my
think you did either.
God, no,
Well, I don't remember even
yeah.
remember what it was. It was chicken or fish.
Yeah,
or-
the
And it was
I
so-
ain't gonna talk about
It was
the
so
Legacy
small.
Foundation. The Legacy Foundation.
I devoured
food.
mine, and then when she didn't want hers and offered it, I said, sure.
Yeah, she gave you her meal because that was.
she's very
that-
generous.
Yeah, that was generous, my ass. You was doing her a favor. That
Much
was
like President Dr. David Reese, who, as we speak, continues to dive deeper into the pool of AEW, All Elite Wrestling.
Yeah, I mean he's just about there.
He's there, but it's maybe the ink is it's just starting to come out of the pen. Maybe is the way to put it.
Well,
Yeah, that's a
These
good way to put it.
deals-
We don't want to keep you up, Oz.
No.
All right. It is after 11 now.
these deals are extremely complicated because, the more I hear about it, I'm learning that they have a lot of moving parts. It's not just straightforward to, you get a wrestler to come and sit down and have therapy. I mean, there's mentoring involved, and then there's evaluations and all of the stuff that, all the stuff that he does in his practice, but now he's doing it in-house someplace. And then he's doing it for a good cause. And, it's a thing to where it's limitless because, AEW's management is involved deeply with the Jacksonville Jaguars.
And
So-
a soccer team in England. I don't know. I'm not sure which one. But
If this program was to work, then who's to say that it should not expand into these other sports entities?
well, you and David Reese worked very hard several years back to try and get a program off the ground. There were certain organizations that weren't interested in trying to utilize the services that you had offered, but I'm very happy that AEW is, and I can see you getting involved in it as well.
Well, I'm David Reese's assistant.
You're David
so-
Reese's assistant.
Yeah,
you're the
I'm
vice
his
president
assistant.
of that too.
Because what happens is David Reese is a master at the psychological end of it, but he needed a presence to navigate him through the world of wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's a perfect fit and a perfect time for us to exercise what One in Equilibrium, which our program was going to be, is a perfect time to exercise what it is. And the expansion is not far-fetched because there are all the sports entities and organizations out there need a program like this because everybody has somebody who has psychological issues with nowhere to go.
And that's a problem. I mean, even for not people just in pro wrestling or professional sports, but, especially during coronavirus times when, people were much more isolated, maybe alone more, and maybe some issues they may have had kind of sunk in deeper into their minds and souls. And, it was tough to get appointments with any mental health professional, not just an acclaimed psychiatrist like David Reese.
It took a toll psychologically. It took a toll on everybody. It certainly took a toll on athletes because you had to deal with schedules that got cut down, them not playing in front of fans, not to mention the financial aspect of it, pay cuts, people were pissed off, people not wanting to perform as well as they did because their mental capacity is like a battery. It has to be recharged.
Yeah, exactly. That's a great way to put it.
So all of it goes down to, okay, we need an on-board therapist, a psychiatrist, or somebody, because we need to address these problems. And if they have the service available, see, it's a big difference between seeking it out on your own. But if you have the service on board where you work, other people are using it, you see there's no shame in doing it. Nobody's gonna laugh at you for doing it. And they can't really laugh at you because all the information is confidential, because the psychiatrist cannot reveal to anybody what y'all talk about.
Correct.
And if you're confident in that, and I told David, I said the whole thing of making a program successful is confidence. If they trust that it's going to be confident, then there's no limit to how many people are going to come and seek this kind of help.
Yeah, it's a good thing all around. I'm happy and I'm proud of AEW for doing it. I know WWE has offered help to talents, but I don't know specifically how it's executed. I don't believe it's in-house, where they look at them still, I believe, as independent contractors. I don't know if that's why. But you know what? Good for WWE too. I think there was opportunity to do something prior to this. I think it's sad that it took Daphne's suicide to really get companies moving.
It was
That's
needed.
what got them moving.
It was needed because I was really, really, really going through a mental crisis at one time when I was in the company, and I asked J.J. Dillon, who's the president at the time, did they have something like this? Because I really, really needed to talk to somebody. I felt like I was about to break, but he told me, no, there's nobody, and I had to really deal with it on my own. Thank God I was able to bounce back. But at that moment,
You're bouncing back right now in the chair.
At that moment, that kind of program really, really would have helped me.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Hopefully it's going to much like I think we see generally a healthier industry right now due to the drug testing that WWE has and the concussion protocols that they have. I don't know if AEW, if they have that type of testing. They're not a publicly traded company, so there are things that they do that isn't of public knowledge like WWE is. But overall, it leads to a healthier industry. It leads to longer careers. It leads to better post-life for the guys. And then you don't see, and again, where it's good for the industry is you don't see, like, for example, Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff, who was supposed to be with us for the Back to the 80s event when it was originally this weekend. I mean, for Paul, it wasn't Paul Orndorff died as the headline. It was, WWE Hall of Famer or WWE superstar Paul Orndorff died.
Right.
You know what I mean? So once you're in that WWE fraternity, that WWE family, that WWE universe, whether it was WWE, whether it was WWF, you're part of that fraternity for life, whether the company wants it or not. So they should be very smart about how they approach it, in my opinion.
Well, you're talking about, other promotions or whether they have it or not, and WWE having it because they're a public traded company, you should have it simply for simply because of the safety issue aspect of it. Because if somebody is on some substance and get in the ring and miscalculate, as happened when people were not on a substance. I mean, it happens.
It can happen, and even when two people 100% healthy and sober go at it.
So what's the risk that you run if somebody gets in the ring and they're under the influence? I mean, that's like driving a car and you under the influence. Your vision's impaired, your thought pattern's impaired, and so therefore, you wind up having an accident. And having an accident in any contact sports and entertainment situation, you really looking at a horror. You looking at a horror show. So from that aspect of it alone, that kind of protocol should be put in place for everybody, just for the safety aspect of it.
Well, I still think there's still leaps and bounds to go, but again, another positive step in the right direction.
We're headed in the right direction, and like you just said, I had to mimic that because we're headed in the right direction, and that's important.
Very important. Very important.
Finally,
We've seen too many of our brothers
getting there, right?
And that bothers me every time, whether it was someone I consider a friend, whether it was someone I didn't even know, if they were part of the fraternity, the brotherhood, however you want to describe it, you know what? Everybody wants to make the most amount of money. Everybody wants the top spot. But outside of that, I always go with the general philosophy of we should be trying to look after each other and do the best we can. You know what I mean?
I get upset. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
I get upset because when these suicides happen, you know, I feel like, you know, this could have been avoided if they were able to get the help that they needed. You know, you shouting to a black hole or empty void and there's nothing coming back and all you have is your demons talking to you, bad things are gonna happen.
It's the truth.
So
I mean, we've been experiencing it for the better part of 20 years since it's become a regular thing, I'd say.
To circumvent that, let's be in place to catch those voices and shout back. You know, you are somebody, you are worthy, you are loved, you are, you know, or you are whatever it is that you have to say and talk about, you know, in order to, you know, keep these things from happening. You know, a lot of times it's not going to work. It's going to happen anyway. But I'll go to bed at night.
There are some problems that you hate to say it, you can't fix.
But I'll go to bed at night knowing I tried. I did my thing. If I did nothing, that's the bad part.
I think that's a great way to put it. All right, folks, we got the signal from Captain Lou Data. We're going to take a brief time out. We'll be back to wrap up the show. Stand by.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Here's your chance to own a piece of history from the 2020 WWE Draft. On the second night, October the 12th, The Fiend, Bray Wyatt, and Alexa Bliss unleashed hell on Andrade and Zelina Vega. This limited edition 11x14 collector's poster is number 26 of only 50 made, personally signed by both The Fiend and Alexa Bliss, direct from friends at WWE. Comes with certificate of authenticity hologram on the poster itself, suitable for framing. You'll also receive a bonus autographed mystery photo and an on-air shout-out as our thanks to you. Get this ultra-rare autographed Fiend and Alexa Bliss poster now.
Cheer. Why, hello. I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell beard care. Coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter, it's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product. So support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as hell. Cheer. Ooh, cheer. You know?
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, welcome back to the video version of the Monday Night Mission. I'm Dan Marotti, along with your host with the most, the man on a mission himself, the guiding light of WWF Tag Team Champions Men on a Mission in 1994. We could only be talking about Oscar live and in living color. I mean, if you were at Memorial Hall Saturday night, you heard him. He's got those pipes going, baby. Sinatra's got nothing on Oscar. He could potentially be up for the Grammy 8 days from now on November the 23rd when they make the announcement. What a happy Thanksgiving that would be in the Oscar residence.
You know, I cannot wrap my mind around what that would mean. I mean, win or no win, getting the nomination, that is in and of itself, that is the highest honor that you could get in music. And to go my first time out, and I didn't make this record for I didn't make this record for a Grammy. I didn't make this record. We didn't make this record for expecting money. We didn't make this record for the sake of making a record. We made the record to send a message out of positivity. That was it. That was all. That was our end game. That was our purpose. and we serve that purpose well. So to piggyback on that,
To what?
piggyback.
Oh, I thought you
All
said
right, on
something
top
else
of
for a minute.
that, shut up. Piggyback on that. All right, well, you guys might be getting a Grammy. That's just mind blowing. I'm just so stoked, and I just want to thank God and everybody who had anything to do with it. Once again, Greg Simmons, you the best. My wife, you the greatest. I'm making a speech like I got the Grammy, but I'm
David
making
Reese,
a speech
you should
because definitely, yeah, David Reese, for keeping me sane throughout the whole process.
Well, he's a rapper himself.
Yeah.
He raps Christmas presents.
I know he's.
Or Hanukkah.
Yeah, he's the man. And thank you, Dan Marati, for all your years of support.
I don't know what the hell I do, but
Yeah, all
well, we
your years of
talk every
support.
week on the phone, I guess, and we have fun.
How long have I known you?
Since late 2014, so just about 7 years now.
7 years.
Yeah.
7 years, and it feel like it's been longer than that.
You were with Baghdad, I believe.
Huh?
You were with Baghdad at that point.
Yeah, Renee.
Oh boy!
Have you heard anything from
that? Not
them?
Your Mama's Wrestling, and
Have you heard
where were we?
anything
New
from-
York, the Sunday before Christmas. Dear Lord, what an adventure that was!
Oh my!
That wasn't her best day, but
Oh my goodness! Have you heard anything from Baghdad?
no, nice lady, but
Yeah, really.
I don't know.
yeah, really.
Sometimes I just think people should realize that there's nothing wrong with being a wrestling fan, you know?
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it, but when you take it to the next,
Sometimes it's almost like the mafia. You can get in too deep.
yeah, well, we'll talk about this off radio, off the.
Well, not on radio this time, Oscar. It's video.
Well, on
but
television.
You want to know something? There was actually a suggestion made to you that perhaps if you were going to try and, get back into the music game and maybe look for a Grammy next year. Are you familiar with the Michael Jackson song "Beat It"?
Yeah.
Trying to maybe come up with a version of it that's more local to
Pig It?
Melrose. Just pig it.
Just pig it.
You and Quincy. Just pig it.
Oh, leave me
Pig
alone.
it.
And leave that woman alone. See, this is why his ass was not allowed in the building.
That had nothing to
If
do
you
with
want to know
it.
how it turned out, I'm going to tell you, because I thought that he would slither his way in. He was nowhere to be found.
There's no human resource investigation going on with me at City Hall. Let's put it like that.
So, yeah.
Now, did you think it was Edna Garrett from The Facts of Life?
Nah, I thought it was more like... I ain't
Jack
gonna tell
the
you what.
Clown
No,
from
see,
Halloween Horror Nights? No.
I'm not letting you get me in that trap. It was Piggott, and that was who it was. Give you on TV talking about that woman.
Well,
And then next year, I can't get in the
then
building.
you'll be banned next. Yeah.
I know.
Well, Oscar, my gosh, it's hard to believe that the holidays are here. Like we said, next week is the 23rd. You find out about your Grammy. 2 days later, it's Thanksgiving. And the Pallbearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive explodes. We're going to have a whole month worth of special episodes. One series may go on hiatus, as we mentioned. Certainly not this fine program. But a lot of great special episodes we have coming up. Special guests that were with us for the Back to the 90s endeavor. So we're going to end 2021 with a bang, baby. MWF can finally have live events again. We're trying to figure out what to do with the venue in Somerville we rented that lost their venue, which is great considering they have our money in Maine and New York, and who knows where we'll be in 2021. Dallas, Vegas, I'm sure, for the CAC. I still don't know if it's going to be in April or September. I don't even know if they know at this
Have
point.
they settled whether or not they changed the hotel to the Orleans? 'Cause
They've actually, I don't know if I should say, well, you know me, I'm always getting myself into trouble. They're talking to 4 different places.
Oh, wait, well, which
I don't know.
ones?
I only know the 2, because I don't know if they're sisters or cousins, but the Gold Coast in the Orleans. But I remember one year they had it as, you might know this better than me, because you were a Vegas guy. What's the name of the hotel at the Fremont Street Experience at the end that was in
The
Back to the
Plaza.
Future? That's it, the Plaza. I know they've had it at the Plaza before, I think before you started going.
Okay.
I think the nicest place they ever had it was the Riviera. I really liked it
I
there.
was at the MGM Grand one year.
The Cauliflower?
Yeah.
What universe was this on?
Okay, all right. Now maybe I'm getting
Maybe
ahead
the
of myself.
NGN. Maybe you had a
The MGM. That's what I'm talking
no,
about.
the NGN or something. Maybe you're talking about a different one.
No,
they wouldn't
I
go to a place
saw
that
the
expensive. They
Fabulous
couldn't afford
I
that.
saw the Fabulous Moolah coming out of the MGM.
That could have been for she used to run a women's reunion type thing every year, but that wasn't involved with the CAC.
Oh, okay, all right, yeah, that might have been what it was. All right, because I thought it was there, but
Do you and I'm not knocking the cauliflower, but where membership dues in the and the money raised from the reunion goes to try and help the old timers. Do you really think they could afford the MGM?
no.
You know how much the tickets would probably be? 10 years ago, they were less than, they were about 40, well, I don't even want to go there, about 40% of the price, but that's a different story for a
Ain't they
different
like
time.
$100-something now?
It's $125, yeah.
$125.
You still get your cold cut sandwiches on Tuesday,
Oh,
though. I
my
know Lou enjoyed
God.
his cold cut sandwiches.
No, does he?
He did.
Oh, he liked the cold cut sandwiches?
Yeah.
That's because he's young and don't know.
Well, Din was embarrassed. He was trying to recover from the
he-
humiliation of not finishing the job of his
He young-
baloney blowout
he
the night
young and
before
don't-
at the
he young
MGM.
and don't know no better.
Yeah.
How was the dinner?
You know what? To be honest, this year it was actually pretty good. Captain Lou, did I eat someone's dinner at the
You
cauliflower?
always eating somebody's dinner.
I just only had mine. It was a good piece of meat, though. I think I actually complimented it. Did I not? Yeah, it was pretty good. I don't know if it was filet. I don't know if it was filet mignon, but it was a nice cut of steak
Okay.
and a couple of pieces of shrimp, and it was about the size of a Happy Meal at McDonald's.
Yeah, well, you always eating somebody's dinner. Leave people.
I
food
remember.
alone.
I do believe we stopped the TGI Fridays on the way back to the room as usual. But
Well,
at
I
least the meal
can't
that we had
imagine because
was
there
good.
ain't enough food. There ain't enough food to feed no damn body.
It's a small meal. If you're a small person, that's fine. If you're bigger people
And
like us,
you pay all that money to get
Who you calling?
I'm telling Dreamy Mimi. You talking
tell
about it
Mimi
on
now.
TV.
I'm saying nothing but good things about the Dreamy one.
I'm telling you ate
Telling
up
her that you're
food.
it wasn't even a Golden Corral. You found
No, it
some other
wasn't a
buffet.
Golden Corral.
You're not supposed to be at them. At least that's what I heard. I heard rumors to that vicinity. I guess Mimi's in no rush to pick up the phone.
Nah.
Well, we miss seeing her in Vegas. I'm sure she had on her Vegas best for the football game.
Yeah, nah, everybody was looking nice, but I mean, it was pretty casual. No, what happened at the game when I got there, I couldn't bring my scooter.
Why?
I don't know, and I should have brought it. What wound up happening was when I got there.
It has to be a handicap accessible facility. It's brand new.
Yeah, but we didn't have handicap accessible tickets.
You can get them upgraded at the guest relations.
And
Well, I guess you didn't really care at that point.
when I got there, no, I cared because it was.
That's what the guest relations booth is for. Every
was-
time I go to a Red Sox game, I do that.
It was a stretch to walk. We had really great seats, but I mean, it was a stairway to heaven walk to get down there. And once I got up, I never
You
came
weren't going
back.
for concessions at that point.
When I
you didn't
got
want
up there to
you
go
didn't
to the
want a
bathroom,
popcorn at that point.
they had for the we was in a VIP. They had a VIP section for having those kinds of seats. So when you got up there, they had like a couch and living room set up.
Oh wow! Oh, you told me about that. Yeah.
Where you still can watch the game, and then you also had a big monitor if you wanted to watch it like that. But they really took care of us. But what wound up happening was when I first got to the game, there were like no seats like right outside to sit down. There was like these rocks. There
Rocks?
was this big rock.
Big rocks?
Yeah. And I sat on the rock and slid off the rock and bust my ass.
Now, you know what? Unfortunately, I bet I would have laughed if I saw that. And then I would have helped you up. Even though I don't think
Yeah.
I probably would have fallen over too.
It took a couple of people to help me up because usually to get up off the floor, I need something to we can talk about this for a minute.
Yeah. You
need something
fall on the
to-
floor a lot.
Yeah, no, I don't fall on the floor a lot. I make sure I don't, because I have to have something to push up on, and because I can't get up if I don't have a surface that I can push up on to lift myself, get on my knees, and lift myself up. That's just how big and heavy I am.
You think we'd have that problem if Lou fell over?
So no, Lou will just prop up like nothing happened. So it took like 2 or 3 people to get me up. Then they called the paramedics because
They called the paramedics?
I had cuts and scrapes everywhere. So by the time Mimi and the whole crew got there, they see paramedics all over me and all that, and they freaking out like, oh my God, what the hell had happened? Casanova's dying. And so yeah, the paramedics cleaned me up. Then right there, right after that, I was all right because I got a wheelchair, and the wheelchair took me all the way to, took me all the way to my seat. Now, speaking of falling, I used to you remember that commercial? I've fallen and I can't get up.
Well, we're going to come up with the 2021 version of it with aml-creative.com.
Hello?
Yeah, I caught you because we're on television right now,
think she hung
and
up
Dan
on
is
you,
talking
Oscar.
about how he ate your food at the dinner.
Thank you for that still. I'm hungry right now. I wish I had another one.
And I was talking about how he was sitting next to you, being your date, with his sandal, with his slippers on.
They were
where
not
everybody-
slippers. They're
Huh?
not slippers.
I said, yeah, I didn't get the Sunday down for them. Say it's flip flop.
Yeah.
We're still laughing about it 6 years later.
She said, yo, flip flops.
That's close. I'll take that over
Oh my God.
slippers. They're
And,
not slippers.
we were just
slides,
not talking
I think
about
is the proper term.
Just not talking about we went to the game, and then you got to the game with Greg and them, and y'all saw the paramedics attending to me. Okay, y'all saw the.
Oh my God.
But I didn't tell them. I have this really big chair, right? This really big chair that I sit in every day. I sleep in it too. One day I got in the chair, I plopped down on it so hard that the chair went back. And
Yeah, you told him he was like a turtle.
yeah, I was like a turtle. The chair went back. I couldn't get out of it. I'm just in the chair, just back on the floor. Me and the chair.
You should have called David Reese.
I couldn't call. No, I called Mimi right on the phone.
Had the ring off.
She was dead asleep with the ringer off. So I'm yelling.
What time was it?
It was late. It was like
Oh,
2
okay.
in the
All right.
morning. So I'm yelling. I'm like, help, help, help.
That's what he gets for sitting up trying to watch TV all night.
But the latest thing is, 2 days ago it happened again. I'm sitting in this metal chair on my deck,
Oh.
and all of a sudden the chair just collapsed. Bam! I'm on the ground again.
We're gonna have to get you like a bumper bed or something
So-
the next time you move, like what the kids have.
Huh?
You and your mama, she said it for me.
What'd she say?
She said somebody trying to tell you something.
Oh yeah, the camera just went off. We can't hear you. Wait, we gotta fix the camera. Okay, y'all hold on.
What the hell are you doing, Oscar? Did you hang up on her?
Yeah.
Oh, you're unbelievable. What a husband. All right, wrestling fans, unfortunately, we are running out of time. We had a hell of a weekend. We have a hell of a holiday Christmas season coming up. As the holiday Headlocks toy drive in honor of this great man, Mr. Paul Bearer, explodes online. If you thought one night at Memorial Hall was something, wait until we have 6 weeks of fun, 6 weeks of special guests. As we head into the new year, 2022, it is going to be a happening, Oscar, as we attempt to do our best to help Santa Claus update his GPS to find every kid's house this year and every year.
And Santa Claus is amazing. He found my house on many occasions
He's making a list.
and checking it twice.
Gonna find out.
If everything suffice,
Well, that's really not how
Santa
it goes.
Claus is coming to the ghetto into town.
Oh, all right.
James
I'm
Brown
not
say
familiar
Santa
with
Claus.
that version of it. Santa Claus is coming to the ghetto.
James
but-
Brown said Santa Claus comes straight to the ghetto.
What's that?
James Brown, Santa Claus comes straight to the ghetto.
Do you think Santa perhaps is planning on stopping at Memorial Hall?
You know what? I hope so. He need to.
I think if the reindeers landed on the roof, it might fall in.
No, I don't know. Piggy gonna tell him he got to
Piggy
buy a
would
ticket.
trespass
Piggy
Santa
gonna tell him Santa Claus trespass. Get them damn reindeer off the roof. That's the first thing.
The reindeer and Santa Claus would be trespassed from Memorial Hall. Oh, dear Lord, fans. Let me tell you, it was great having him in studio with us. It was great having him with us for a whole weekend. Hopefully we can do more and more video episodes of the show to go along with the, I guess, the quote-unquote video/podcast version we do every Monday night. But for our partner in crime in the booth, Captain Lou Dana, I'm Dan Moratti, humbly sitting here along with, again, the guiding light of the WWF Tag Team Champions Men on a Mission, OSCAR Oscar. Until we speak again, folks, you and yours be well, be healthy, get ready for the Paul Bearer Holiday Headlock Toy Drive. Good night from Boston.
Fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night. Wrestling fans, Dan Moratti, along with Mr. Kevin Sullivan, a man I'm so happy to have with us here, a vault of knowledge. We have got to try and pick every ounce of information we have from his head. I mean, I don't know why you haven't done a book yet, Kevin. I know you've been involved, well, with Old School that we've been catching. I've only had a chance to read a couple of chapters, but I love it so far. It is available on Amazon, and along with our holiday Headlocks Toy Drive, I think Old School would make a great holiday gift.
I do too. Good idea.
All right, we're taking a little bit of a turn. We've talked with Kevin about some passings. We've talked with Kevin about Boston and him breaking into the business, some early WWF days. But here on Tuesday nights, it's more of a look at the world of ECW, Extreme Championship Wrestling, the people, the places, the ambiances and such that made it such a cult phenomenon even to this day. And, you know, while Tommy Dreamer, Sandman, Shane Douglas, Rob Van Dam and such are recognized as ECW icons, in the early days of ECW, Kevin, you were kind of a mainstay with ECW.
Yeah, I was with Taz, the tag team champions. A lot of people don't know this. I broke Paulie in the business.
You broke Paulie in? And how was that?
He came down with a wrestler from Baltimore. I called him Tombstone. Scott Hall was working for me.
Came down where?
He came down to Florida.
Florida, okay.
And Scott Hall was working for me, and this guy was a jacked up guy. I thought he'd be a perfect opponent. We named him Tombstone. We put Scott's date of birth and death with a question mark on his back. And Paulie was working the program with this guy against Scott, and I'd tell Scott, drill him every night, and he'd knock him off the apron. And I said, I can't run this guy off the business. He's great. So he came, and if you really want to know what Paul did that was so smart, with not the talent they had in Florida, he took Florida and brought it to ECW. You know why? With all the blood and violence they had, wrestling was the main event. Shane Douglas, right? Terry Funk. That's what we did in Florida. People always said Florida was a wrestling territory. Yeah, underneath. But what drew was either the world champion or a bull rope match or a 4-corner match. It was blood and guts. You know, the Mulligan, Rhodes, Wyndham, and Paul did a hell of a job.
And what did you think of a young Paul Heyman? I know he was a photographer for a lot of the magazines.
Right.
He was kind of well connected with the Vince McMahon senior crew and so on and so forth. What did you think of him as a younger guy?
Well, I knew he needed a gimmick. I gave him the phone, and he was off and running. And I knew he would make it, but I didn't know he was going to be this big. I don't think anybody could predict that. And he's got a great mind for the business. He's a great character in the business. When he plays an advocate, he's just, I don't think anybody could have done what Paul did and competing against two giants and carve a niche. Because those fans, the thing that reminds me right now is how loyal the AEW fans are.
Yeah.
Paul had that before. There was an AEW way before.
And imagine if he ever had that kind of corporate backing.
Yeah.
Imagine if he ever had, they did have a video game deal, but it came very late.
Yeah.
They got a national television deal, but it came very late after WWF and WCW cherry-picked almost all of his top guys, and he couldn't afford to compete with it.
Yeah.
But he did everything he could to keep the brand alive, and we're going to talk more about that as the episode goes on. But how was ECW first pitched to you when he called you for the first booking?
I was working in Japan, and he called me and said, "What are you doing in between Japan?" I said, "Nothing." He said, "Could you come up?" I said, "Yeah." And I had worked for the original ECW, Eastern Championship Wrestling, Joel Goodhart.
Yeah, he was producing, I should say, some pretty violent events himself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I worked for him 3 times, and I worked twice with Abby and then once with Bam Bigelow. So he was, and then Paul came in, and I guess Joel sold it to Paul, right?
Who was it, Todd Gordon?
To Todd Gordon and Paul,
Yeah.
right? And then they were off to the races. And they created that niche place to go. I mean, that neighborhood was very dangerous.
Yes.
But those people would stand in line, you know what I mean?
It wasn't too far from those 2 steak and cheese sandwich places
Yeah,
in Philly.
yeah, Geno's and I forget,
Pat's,
yeah,
right,
yeah,
yeah,
Pat's
yeah.
Steakhouse, yeah. But, you know, and then if he had the backing, he would have cut into both companies significantly. And if he had the backing and he had guys jumping, it would have changed the wrestling business completely.
Again, the following that they still have to this day is amazing.
Yeah.
That's why we started to produce this show after you're familiar with some of the nonsense that went on with Tony Atlas and his ridiculous, I was paid $55 every time I came down for 6 years from Maine, please. But so we decided to try and take a negative, turn it into a positive, where there are so many fans that loved ECW in that time period of wrestling. Why not try and test the waters for at least a few months and produce these ECW themed shows? It was unfortunate. I don't know if you knew this, but we had New Jack with us to take what were going to be the original episodes that started to run back in early September, and he passed away 6 days later.
Wow.
And I mean, there's a guy with a reputation, obviously.
Right.
But the fun that him and I had that day, I mean, I think for the people that never got to know the human being behind the ultra-violent, out-of-control persona that they saw in the ring,
Right.
they missed out on a real treat. I don't know if you ever got to know him.
Oh, he was a very good friend of mine.
Oh, was he really?
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, how about this? But before we go too deep into it, just some memories of New Jack.
Well, we had a unique relationship because I managed Ray Candy one time, and Ray Candy
makes
broke
perfect sense.
me in, and me and New Jack were friends, and I always could see through that facade. He came on as a tough guy. He was a great human being. I mean, there was definitely two sides to Jack, you know what I mean? And he could be as gentle as a lamb or as violent as a tiger.
We had so much fun on those tapings. We booked him to come back the next month for not 1 but 2 days to really stockpile the interviews and the footage. And just 6 days later, I was at Fenway when it was still limited capacity.
Right.
It was by 5,000 people. And I thought my phone broke because just it wouldn't stop buzzing and vibrate. So I said, what the hell is wrong with this? And then every message was, new Jack died, new Jack died, new Jack died. I couldn't believe it.
I couldn't either.
There was nothing about him that day that made me say, geez, this isn't going to be a human being that's going to be here 7 days from now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And his new wife was a lovely lady. I don't know if you ever had a chance to meet her, but, you know, he was stuck in Atlantic City. None of his East Coast friends would come and see him. And this woman befriended him on social media. And then after a couple of weeks of talking, drove up from North Carolina and a romance developed. And he wound up marrying her, and she had 3 kids. And I remember we went to Kowloon, which I'm sure you're very familiar with. Our good friend Andy Wong, shout out. I said, geez, what did her kids, with everything on you online, think of you? And he went, they look at me like I'm a big toy. And that's the side that the fans that only know him as the Eric Coulis mass transit incident and some of the other crazy things he's done, they never get to know that side of him.
Yeah.
And I wish we were able to showcase more of it. Because like I said, we had a heck of a lot of fun when we did those interviews. But you know what? There were so many great stars in ECW. I don't think we're ever going to lack for a guest to be able to have on. But he was a lot of fun, and he's missed. But back to the world of Kevin Sullivan. Take us back to September the 18th, 1993, and what would become the ECW arena. You talk about a wild tag team match with 4 great icons of the industry. Kevin Sullivan and Abdullah the Butcher against Terry Funk and Stan Hansen in a melee, a double disqualification. Something I actually went out and bought on VHS tape so I could see it.
The funny story of that, the backstory is 4 of us were dressing together, and we all 4 were working in Japan for different companies. And
all 4 of you were in different places in Japan?
Yeah,
Really?
yeah.
Wow.
And the Japanese press was there, which is a big thing. And Paul stuck his head in and said, I don't care who gets beat, but we need a clean finish. We all looked at him and smiled. We left the room. In Henson's book, he says, I looked around the room and knew Terry wasn't going to do the job, Abdullah wasn't going to do the job, Kevin wasn't going to do the job, and I wasn't certainly going to do the job. And it was a funny situation because probably one of us would have done the job if the Japanese press wasn't there.
Yeah.
You know, but it was, our mainstay was Japan at the time.
Yeah, sure. That was your bread and butter.
Yeah.
ECW, I don't even know if I'd call it a full-time territory. At that
No,
point.
it wasn't.
They had a TV show, but they weren't running regular live events outside of Philly.
Right.
And it went to, like you said, double disqualification match itself. But memories of the match. I mean, do you have any of you talk about a unique match? I mean, probably, I don't know if you 4 ever get into a grouping of a tag team match again, or before or after.
One time in Florida, there was a 4-way, me, Dusty, Abdullah, and Sabu. But that's...
You get close.
Yeah, we were close. But that's the only time that I was ever in a 4-way with those guys.
Well, it's worth going out of your way to see, fans. I imagine it's got to be on YouTube somewhere or on WWE Network, one of those places. Did you see promise in ECW that first night you were there?
Yeah.
Did you?
Because the fans were so rabid, you know what I mean? And to me, the first thing I thought was, this is the Rocky Horror Picture Show. It's fan participation.
Yeah.
I said, this is something you don't see, you know? And until the NWO came along, you didn't see it like that, you know what I mean? So he was, again, he was ahead of the curve.
And look at 93 WCW, that was kind of flat. 93 WWF, that was kind of flat. They were just starting to get into the mix with the whole steroid indictment and so on and so forth. So that was a tough, even beyond that, creatively, it wasn't all that great. So ECW, even though it was kind of a niche product that wasn't seen by the masses, for those that were able to experience it, like you said, it was fan participation at its finest.
Yeah.
You know, those fans felt like they were part of the show.
Yeah.
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 And again, look at what it would go on to become as it would evolve over the next few years, as it would catch fire. I froze. Can you believe that? I don't remember all these questions off the top of my head. The same night you were there, you saw the debut of a team you'd wind up working with in WCW, the Flyboy Rocco Rock and Johnny Grunge, Public Enemy.
Yeah. That was the first time I met Johnny, but I had known Teddy. And Paul, and if you thought, what shocked me was that was 180 degrees from Teddy's original gimmick, in Japan. I think
He was a cartoon type character.
Yeah. And I thought, wow, this is something. And Paul was, like I said, that was the height of, or maybe not the height, but it was the beginning of huge popularity for that kind of music, right? Rap music.
Yep.
And these guys were like rappers, and it was good. They were Vanilla Ice rappers, right? So again, he knew placement. He knew that at the end of the show, he wanted people to see a world title match, whether it be violent or not. I don't remember any three-way matches before, Paul. Do you?
I actually think the first one took place in Smoky Mountain.
Really?
With Cornette, yeah.
That doesn't surprise me.
They took the concept and they just turned it in a more violent direction.
Yeah.
I guess maybe is the best way to put it.
Yeah.
I think it's much more famous from ECW doing it in the early days. Yeah.
Yeah.
You didn't see him in WWF or WCW. No.
Yeah.
No. ECW, I think, kind of took the Cornette idea and popularized it. But right now, fans, you want to talk about popularized, we're going to take a brief time out. We'll be back with more of Kevin Sullivan here on Wrestling Insiders Extreme. Stand by. Boston Wrestling Sports and the MWF explodes into a new year of unknown with professional wrestling content galore, and we need you to join our family every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after we review the previous night's Monday Night Raw. It's Wrestling Insiders at your house with the unpredictable WWE Hall of Famer, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights after WWE, NXT, and AEW at 10 p.m., you never know who's going to show up on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll journey through the 80s and 90s on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday nights after the lights go down at the Thunderdome on SmackDown, it's John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. If you want early, ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and to help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times, for less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
On October 28th, 2020, Wrestling's Scariest Night was back with WWE NXT Halloween Havoc. This limited edition collector's autograph poster is number 12 of only 100 produced and is signed by all 9 superstars featured on the poster, including Johnny Gargano, Damian Priest, Candice LeRae, Io Shirai, Dexter Lumis, Cameron Grimes, Rhea Ripley, Raquel Gonzalez, and your Halloween Havoc host, Shotzi Blackheart. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the back,
You'll also receive an on-air thank you from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus mystery autograph photo. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders. Talking a little bit about Public Enemy debuting in ECW the same night Kevin made his ECW debut. When you saw them, did you kind of put them maybe in the back of your head when you had a chance to run creative for WCW a few years later, that there might be a team that you might want?
There was a lot of guys I would have wanted, but I had a thing with Paul that I didn't want to hurt his company. Then when Eric saw what they were drawing, he'd say, well, this guy's, I'm going to get this guy, I'm going to get this guy. And I'd call Paul and I'd say, I can hold them off for 8 weeks, but that's it. You know.
You'd give him a chance to try and finish him up.
Yeah.
Well, at least that's a courtesy, if nothing else, you could try to have done to help him out.
Yeah,
it's a horrible position to be in when you build up matches or storylines and angles, and then a talent is ripped away to go to one of the major companies, and you're just kind of stuck in a rut. At least you gave him a chance to finish him up.
Yeah, and I thought he deserved it. I mean, I broke him in, and he deserved it. And it was somewhat, let's hurt them before they get to be too big. The serpent and the egg.
And that was Bischoff's point of view, you think? Or yours?
Yeah, no, Bischoff's. Step on the egg before it gets to be a full-grown dragon.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Business sense, absolutely.
They already had enough competition going on with WWF at that point, trying to, poach the best talent that they could. Another guy that was on that card that enjoyed WCW later on was Crash the Terminator.
Yeah.
Better known as Bill DeMott.
Yeah.
Memories of a young Bill.
I think I might even help get Bill booked on that card because I might have, because Bill was working in Japan with me, and I saw him do the first time he did a moonsault.
Oh.
And I thought, wow, this guy is something. And I think I might have called Paul. I told him to call Paul. And I wanted to bring him in to WCW when I got in that position.
He was an ICW guy, too, for a while, wasn't he?
Yeah.
With the Savoldis?
Yeah.
When Tony Rumble was there, I kind of remember.
Tommy Dreamer was there too.
Yeah. When he was doing the Chippendale gimmick.
And Taz,
I mean, the Wolfman, or whatever that was supposed to be. So some really memorable talent came from even that tiny promotion that never really gained the momentum that it could have. But it produced some strong cards with some strong talent for a long period of time. I just think that maybe Savoldi was looked at as an enemy because he was the only one that didn't want to sell out his percentage to to Vince McMahon and Linda when they took over from the dad.
Right.
Monsoon sold his, and Zacco sold his, but Savoldi wanted to hold on to his piece of the pie, and you didn't want to cross them.
Yeah, exactly.
That's how Tony Atlas claims he became homeless, was because every time the Savoldis would try and run somewhere, Vince would be in the vicinity the night before to try and put the kibosh on everything they tried to do. So some of Tony's stories have become a bit fabricated over the time, so we don't know, but we're not going to talk
too much about him, as Tony was not. Actually, Tony did wind up in the ECW version, managing Mark Henry as the champion in the 2008-2009. But October 1st, 93, again, you talk about a company that had such a blend of hot newcomers, those talked about in the sheets, so to speak, and some great legends. You talk about that October 1st show, you had Magnificent Don Morocco, you had Superfly Jimmy Snuka, then you had the debut of a young Sabu in ECW.
Yeah.
You had the Tasmaniac coming in. Memories, the first time you remember seeing Sabu?
Well, again, I got a job from the Sheik for the summer in Ontario, and Sabu, I had either his first or second match.
Oh, so you knew him pre-ECW?
Yeah, the Sheik and I were very close, and I knew him when he was setting up rings for his uncle.
Oh, wow.
In Ontario, yeah, and training to be a wrestler, yeah.
Wow. And what did you think of Sabu?
I knew he had it.
Yeah.
I mean, he was the Sheik's nephew, you know what I mean?
What did you think of his style?
Thought it was insane.
Yeah.
Thought it was insane, but it was mind-boggling that a human being could do what he did and not kill himself.
Right.
And it changed the wrestling business.
I worry he's not going to have a great ending, or he's going to have a very painful ending as he gets older for everything that he put that body through. And I hope the fans remember that if he ever does need help.
Yeah, I worry about him too.
And what about a young Tasmaniac when he was more of a Wolfman type guy as opposed to the big mouth, badass, smaller, kick-ass guy from New York that he morphed into? Even in 2021, one of the great promos in the business, and back then he didn't even speak.
That's the highlight of the whole thing. They told him not to speak, right? And that's
Right.
why he's been making a great living. Speaking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In AEW right now he has that heel faction, and I think he's one of the better part of the shows. I always enjoy his promos.
I do too.
They made a great decision to morph him into a position, into a persona where he could utilize that great New York ability.
Right.
I don't know if he still does it, but he had a very, very popular morning sports talk show in New York.
I don't think he does it anymore.
He doesn't do it anymore? No, but I never heard it, but I bet it was very interesting to listen to.
I heard bits and parts of it. It was very interesting.
Very interesting,
Yeah.
really.
Yeah.
Okay. And back to some of the other younger guys we knew that would morph into different personas. What did you think of a young Tommy Dreamer when he wore the kind of the Chippendale type straps? And
Tommy was a very smart guy.
Mm.
And he saw how the business worked behind the scenes very quickly. And Tommy has been on top since he's been on top of the ECW.
Yeah.
Right?
And he's still going strong
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
I mean, he's one of the executives at Impact Wrestling.
Right.
Still wrestles anywhere that'll book him, pretty much.
Yeah.
He'll go out there and work. I think he's still on probably only right around 50 or very, very early 50. So he's not a heck of an old guy.
No, he's not.
Yeah.
And, he goes out and he does his shtick and he does it well.
Him and Taz were also guys that were on Tony Rumble's first show back in October of '93.
Right.
I remember them in the locker room too. Did you think that with all of the young talent that they were trying to groom in ECW, and you had all of these veterans, some of whom would come in for what you'd call the proverbial one-off, like a Road Warrior Hawk,
Right.
Jim Neidhart. I know Sherry Martel came in as a manager for Shane Douglas for quite a while, but do you think that those folks, at least now you interacted with them, did they see something special in ECW that they could be a part of, or do you think they just said, this is just another independent I can make my payday on and go off to the next one the next weekend?
Well, they might have thought that before they saw what Paul had. And then they all knew if he got the backing, it would take off.
And December 4th, 1993, as we mentioned, you and Taz defeated Tommy Dreamer and Shane Douglas, who replaced Johnny Gunn, who went on to become Salvatore Sincere in WWF for a short period of time. Must have been nice to be considered championship material in this growing company, knowing that you had such a great veteran presence that you could probably help Taz a great deal, try and get over.
I think that's what the whole Paul wanted, the rub, and it was a great decision. It was, to me, one of the best times I had.
Really?
Yeah, because I saw these guys grow every week, or every show I went to. And I knew they were all going to make it, you know.
And did it start to feel like home a little after a few of the shows?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it really did.
Yeah. So was it something that you would enjoy more than the atypical indie booking that you might get?
Yeah, because of the incredibly intense fans, you know. You knew there was something here, you know what I mean?
It was going to be intense, it was going to be wild, it was going to be fun. Yeah. Was the money good?
Yeah. Paul paid me very well.
Did he?
Yeah.
Good. Well,
yeah.
Let me ask you this one, maybe a little on the sensitive side, but outside of maybe something I'm forgetting in NWA, was it nice to have your wife as your valet?
Well, she wasn't. If you remember, she was only there for a short time with me. And
Right.
then she went with Sandman.
Right.
And I thought that pairing was great.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, that was they had good chemistry.
Yeah, they had very good chemistry, you know, and with doing a tag team, she didn't get the rub she deserved. And with being with Hack, she really helped him, and he helped her become stars.
He needed the rub.
Yeah.
You were giving the rub to Taz.
Yeah.
But for you personally, was it nice to have her?
Yeah.
Was that the first time since Florida that she? Because I don't remember her managing you in WCW.
No, she
or NWA.
No.
Yeah. So that was the first time in quite a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. And like you said, when she got with Sandman, there's a guy that nobody really knew, but when she got with him, she had that credibility that he was lacking, and it helped elevate him.
Yeah.
So there you go.
And he worked very hard to make it work too. You know what I mean?
He started off as almost kind of like a surfer type guy.
He
And think of what he morphed into over the next couple of years.
That's completely different. He did start off as a surfing dude.
Yeah.
And he morphed into, you know, Hack. It was
and what an interesting human being.
very, very interesting.
And a very smart guy, too, which I don't think people realize.
Yeah.
Very smart guy.
Yep, he's a very smart guy. I don't think he's wrestling much anymore.
And I hope he doesn't.
Yeah.
It's not. I don't think that benefits him.
No, he's hurt himself a lot.
If he could do indies, maybe where he just does a run-in, people would just be happy to hear that song, sing along, see him come in and beat the shit out of someone with the cane. He doesn't need to have matches at this point, in my opinion.
I think you're right.
But again, that's one man's opinion, folks. That's why we have the premiere chat open to the right during the premieres. Or if you have some thoughts on everything Kevin and I are talking about after the premiere, leave your thoughts in the comment section below. It certainly helps with YouTube. The super chat is open during the premiere as well, and you can give us a big thumbs up if you're having fun. Hit the subscription button, because right now we're going to take a brief time out. We're going to wrap up the show. Stand by.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Here's your chance to own a piece of history from the 2020 WWE Draft. On the second night, October the 12th, The Fiend, Bray Wyatt, and Alexa Bliss unleashed hell on Andrade and Zelina Vega. This limited edition 11x14 collector's poster is number 26 of only 50 made, personally signed by both The Fiend and Alexa Bliss, direct from friends at WWE. Comes with certificate of authenticity hologram on the poster itself, suitable for framing. You'll also receive a bonus autographed mystery photo and an on-air shout-out as our thanks to you. Get this ultra-rare autographed Fiend and Alexa Bliss poster now.
Cheer. Why, hello. I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell beard care. coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter. It's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product. So support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as hell. Cheer. Ooh, cheer. You know?
Wrestling fans, welcome back to a special installment of Wrestling Insiders Extreme, because this is probably the only time we're going to have Kevin on this show. He was an early mainstay in ECW, but he wasn't there for a heck of a long time, but he was very helpful when he was there. I just remember I thought it was so cool the first time that Tony Rumble used you. Not only were you working ECW shows, but you were also starting to get back into the mix in WCW in '94 with Dave Sullivan.
Right.
But we'll get to that point too in these great interviews that we want to produce. But you've worked some very interesting teams when you and Taz were the tag team champions, as I did my research. I didn't even remember that what would be better known in WWF is the Orient Express, the Bad Company.
Yeah.
Paul Diamond and Pat Tanaka were there. Those must have been some pretty good matches.
Yeah, they were very good matches. I've known Pat, I worked for his father. So
No,
yeah.
Pat Tanaka's father was in the business?
Duke Kimoka, one of the greatest heels of all times.
I didn't know there was even a relation.
Yeah, yeah,
Really?
yeah,
Wow, I had no idea.
yeah,
That again, this is why we do those shows.
yeah.
What a great tag team, though.
Oh, they were fabulous.
I mean, I don't know why WWF didn't do more with them. I know they weren't quote unquote superstar looking material, but I mean, Pat, one of the more underrated guys of
By
that era.
far.
He was so good. Like we were talking about with Bobby Eaton, maybe not as good as Bobby Eaton, but a guy that could have a really great match with just about anybody.
He could.
Yeah.
And
And nothing against Paul Diamond, but I mean, Tanaka was just great.
And there's one of those things, second generation, you know what I mean? And you didn't even know it, but that,
Yeah, and I had no idea.
His father was probably one of the top 5 heels ever in Texas.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't realize he was that hot.
Oh, yeah. He was
I mean, I knew the
yeah.
name well enough, but I had no idea there was a relation and no idea that he was that hot.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
Oh, so, and another unique team that you worked with were, you go from Pat Tanaka size to Ron and Don Harris, the Harris brothers.
Yeah.
Those must have made for some melees, so to speak.
Yeah, and I remember I was going back to WCW, so I was finishing up in ECW, and Paul said, "You going to drop the belts tonight?" Well, we have one of them clip Taz. I said, "No, take it on me. I'm leaving." It's the only thing right
You were
to
a
do.
pro about it.
It's the only thing right to do. I'm
Right.
not going to be around, and I never thought 20 years later, 25 years later, I'd be asking about this match, but it was the right thing to do.
Yeah.
For Taz.
Absolutely, and the right thing for business in general.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, those are the guys that are staying. Those are the guys
Yeah.
you're trying to build the company that are going to be there.
Right.
Why have them lose? I don't think it hurt Kevin Sullivan and his credibility because he lost one match in ECW. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
One interesting one I came across was February 5th, '94. You guys lost a match to the unique duo of Pat Tanaka and the original Sheik. I didn't even know the original Sheik made it to ECW.
Yeah.
Your memories of that guy, because I know you said you worked some tours for him too.
I worked with the Sheik quite a bit. In Florida, he was a babyface.
He was a
In
babyface.
Florida against me, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, I would have never guessed.
And one of the great times of one of the Great American Bash, I can't remember what year it was, but I begged Dusty to use the Sheik in Cobo Hall. And he said, it's not going to draw. He's been on the business too much. It was the biggest house we had on that tour. And that match was me and Dick Murdoch against the Sheik and Dusty. And we did a double switch where it ended up being me and the Sheik against Rhodes and Murdoch. And he was supposed to come back the next show, and they didn't give him the money they promised him.
I think I heard that part of the story somewhere, whether it be an interview or a podcast or something. That, when they did use him, there was something financially involved, and he didn't keep coming back. What a shame, too, because you know what? In moderation, what a great heel.
Yeah.
I mean, to see it, I don't know how it would work in 2021 to do that every week, but in moderation, well,
And I worked in Japan with him as his partner, and he was terrific.
Yeah.
He was terrific.
Yeah. Well, all right, fast forward to continue a little bit later in 94, you finished up, you dropped the tag team titles, but you did return in November of 94 as part of a lawsuit settlement. WCW took that name for the Spanish show when Worlds Collide, and instead of money, Paulie wanted talent. So you came in, Arn Anderson came in, Bobby Eaton came in. I think Pillman was scheduled, but he got injured. Were you happy to make a one-off appearance? Was it kind of fun to do something a little different and go in? I think that was November of 94.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it.
Yeah, did you?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm sure Paulie was absolutely thrilled to have you guys coming in.
Yeah. It helped him out too.
Other guys you worked with in ECW before we go. Maybe a short story, short memory. Mikey Whipwreck. He had a short stint in WCW a little later on, but they tried to build him up in ECW as that little runty guy that could come away with the big win.
Right. And Mikey did his job. He did his job what Paul wanted, and he did a hell of a job. Yeah.
And other guys, talk about a Legends match that ECW featured you and The Fly.
Yeah.
Any memories of hooking up with Jimmy? I remember you guys in the CWA for Tony Rumble hooked it up.
Yeah.
Was it nice to work with an old vet like Jimmy?
Yeah, it was a pleasure. Jimmy was incredible.
At that point in your career, did you enjoy working more with the young guys or the vets?
Well, the young guys, because you knew you were passing something on. With the veteran, I mean, I couldn't do any of Jimmy's high-flying shit, so I wasn't going to learn any of that. But it was nice to work with him. He was one of the greatest performers of all times.
When you went back to WCW in '94, was it in your deal that you couldn't do ECW anymore?
Yeah, they shut that down.
So how was it that you were able to do all the stuff with Tony?
Because they didn't see Tony as a threat.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Do you wish you were able to do both if you could?
Yeah,
WCW and ECW, yeah. September the 1st, not really ECW theme, but wrestling theme. We lost a guy maybe that I'm going to think that you may have had some to-dos with in Florida, Boris Malenko.
Yeah, he was a babyface. When I first was a babyface down there, he was a babyface. Then he, opened the school and retired. So I never got to work with him.
Never had a match.
No.
Was he involved with angles and such around the time when you were in Florida?
No, his big angle was with Eddie way before me.
Oh, long before your time. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, Dean's not a young guy, so that certainly makes sense. November 19th, '94. The final chapter of Kevin Sullivan and ECW. You and Cactus battled Public Enemy to a no contest, so no one had to do a job. Again, part of those lawsuit settlements. Did you realize it was your last night that night?
Yeah, and I knew that Johnny and Teddy were coming over to us.
Sooner than later, yeah.
Yeah, I knew it was going to be a lot sooner than any later, So that's why we didn't beat them, because I didn't know how much longer they had left.
Right, yeah. And you'd want them to come into WCW looking good, not as job guys on the way out.
Yeah.
Well, as we wrap up this episode, and hopefully this doesn't hurt any feelings, but why is it that you think in 2021 ECW is remembered so much more fondly than WCW? I mean, WCW was owned by Turner Broadcasting. It was on primetime television across the country. Yet when you look at things that WWE does, that ECW DVD was one of the best-selling DVDs they ever sold. When they resurrected pay-per-views, they never did a retro WCW pay-per-view, they did 2 ECW retro pay-per-views, and one of which did monster business that far outdrew some of their regular B pay-per-views. When it came to relaunching a brand, almost like a developmental, they didn't choose the WCW name that they owned. They went with ECW. Why is it that you think that ECW has such a special place in so many people's hearts compared to what was a major league monster of a company?
You just hit the nail on the head. Vince didn't want to be reminded about WCW. Plus,
Really?
Vince
Okay.
had been paying Paul for a long time.
Right.
Underneath the table.
Yeah, right.
You know, so he made sure, and they had a niche, especially in the Northeast. And I'm willing to bet most of those pay-per-views were in the Northeast.
The 2 retro ones they did,
Yeah,
right. They
yeah.
were at the Manhattan Center in New
Yeah.
York City, yeah.
And that was their home base, and where WCW home base was down south.
Right.
And I think they did the right thing to choose ECW.
Do you think that WWE, and I know they did retro DVDs and so on, but do you think that they could have made some good money on a retro WCW type pay-per-view? Do you think there was still enough of a fan base, or do you think that disaster of Russo era the last couple of years
I don't think they
drove
could
them
have
away?
made it, but if they did the NWO from the beginning to the end, from the beginning and told the story till Hogan, they could have made some money off that.
Well, they did try and bring the NWO in, and talk about a disaster.
Yeah.
I mean, not that I want to sit here and bury WWE, but I mean, WCW should still be going today. How they flushed that down the toilet so quick. I mean, they debuted that Invasion in July of '01, and by Survivor Series in November, WCW was gone.
Yeah.
Then they tried to bring in the stars that had those Turner contracts as
Right.
opposed to WCW contracts one by one.
Right.
I mean, the NWO failed within 6 months. The Hogan magic came back, and they wanted to use him as the red and yellow, but there was only so much you could do with Hogan at his age.
Right.
They brought in Goldberg. They made him look like an idiot within a week, putting gold dust wig on him.
Right. Right.
Scott Steiner came in white hot for a match with Triple H.
Right.
And Triple H wanted to think he was Ric Flair and could go 30 with anybody.
Right.
Scott Steiner's body was not ready to go 30. You
Right.
know what I mean? He was in rough shape.
Right.
So it just seemed like everybody they tried to bring in, by hook, by crook, it didn't work out the way it certainly did in WCW. I think their biggest success out of anybody that came out of WCW was probably Booker T. He had he's still involved with them now.
Yeah.
But I mean, he had a pretty good run in WWE.
He had a great run in WWE.
Other than that, can you think of anybody?
No.
Isn't that sad?
Yes, it's very sad.
And you just, as someone that, I'm not going to put words in your mouth, but maybe there's a part of you that I know with what I put into what I do, you almost look at it as a child sometimes.
Yeah.
And to see it, what it turned into at the end, just pissed on and kicked around and beaten with the nonsense that they horrible television shows that they were putting on. They can say, oh, well, it did this much of a rating. Well, people slow down and look at car wrecks on the highway when people die, too.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was just, it was horrendous. And there was just, for a company, I believe, and you could maybe correct me on this, there was an offer at one point, around 98, 99, for $250 million for a company out of California that wanted to buy WCW. And a year and a half or so later, after the Russo damage was done, it sold to Vince for $2.5 million,
Yeah.
plus $2 million in TV ads.
Yeah.
He in one DVD, they made a profit off of buying the entire company. How sad is that?
That's sad. It was inside collusion. Nah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, we're going to have to save that for some of the WCW episodes. See, he left us with a cliffhanger, folks. That's a good booker. All right, fans, as we noted, the premiere chat is open. The super chat is open. If you're not with us during the live premiere, again, we appreciate your thoughts in the comment section below. As always, thumbs up, subscribe if you want more Kevin Sullivan. I know I'd love to have Kevin every week. Believe me. I can't afford $55 like Tony used to get, though. That's too much. So for Kevin Sullivan, I'm Dan Marati. We'll see you soon on Wrestling Insiders. Until we speak again, be well, be healthy. Good night from Las Vegas. Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, Dan Marati and Billy D here, back for another installment of Wrestling Insiders as we look at the year WWF 1987, and we take some interesting GPS turns as we tell this story, but that makes it all the more fun. It's like a road trip that you guys can just either listen to or watch.
Yeah, well, you keep bringing up interesting people.
Yeah.
And I have memories of most of them, so this is to relate to the fans, and they want to know some inside dope. So,
you know, folks, as we noted with Tony Atlas, it's kind of a disappointing, frustrating situation, at least right now. Hopefully, to try and be optimistic, we hope that it changes course as time goes on. But one thing both Tony and I wanted was Bill to become a regular on the Wrestling Insiders series, and we're giving it a test. We're bringing you multiple episodes, and we're interested in your reaction. Again, if you're watching the premiere, share your thoughts in that chat box. I'm usually almost always on watching during the premiere. I know our moderators are always trying to help out. And if you're not with us during the premiere, during our summer of 7 p.m., leave some thoughts in the comment section below. What you guys think matters to us. I know maybe you don't think so with what you see on WWE, but we're not WWE. We're far more humble. Not like how the Sheik wants to do it, though, but that's all right. We want to send out some special thanks. We forget to do that sometimes. Our good friends a block down the street in between here in Memorial Hall, where we're going to be going back to the 80s, Saturday night, November the 13th, here in Melrose.
Big night.
Huge night. Red Rose here in Melrose. I mean, could they be any better to us?
Oh, my goodness, fantastic. Their food's terrific. I mean, anybody that gets an opportunity, be a patron, please.
Red Rose here in Melrose. What is unbelievable to me, Bill, is Melrose is a very, very quiet town, as you've probably noticed through your travels through here. It is a dry town for the most part. A couple of places, you know, if you buy a certain amount of food, they'll let you have a beverage or two. But Red Rose is the only establishment I know of in the city that's open until 2 a.m.
Oh, my goodness.
So you can get some great, piping hot, fresh Chinese food until 2 o'clock in the morning if you're in this area where we tape out of in Melrose. There's some great fine folks. My buddy Jack Sy has done a great job taking over that establishment and turning it into a first-class place. Again, just Google Red Rose, Melrose, Massachusetts. It'll take you right to the website. Once you look at their menu, you'll be drooling. Trust me. You can see. Trust me, it's good. And I also want to thank our friends over at Noel Salon, Bill, 347 Pleasant Street in Malden, a hop, skip, and a jump away from us for all your hair needs. Visit noelsalon.com. If they can make me look somewhat reasonably good, certainly not as handsome as this man, imagine what they can do for you. Primarily, they have the lovely ladies that come in, but they welcome men as well if you're in need of a haircut. 781-324-9779. Ask for our good friend Hollywood Barani. I'm sure you've even heard of Hollywood.
Yeah, I have.
Hollywood Barani. She is something else. She came direct from Ethiopia, from Hollywood Studios, and now she's over in Malden doing people's hair and making them look like $1 million. They said I look like $3, but you know what, I guess that's better than nothing, right?
Well, it depends on where you start.
All right, let's get back into the thick of things, Bill. That TV taping that kicked off June of 1987, we mentioned last time, we had the Vince McMahon talent meeting about the Sheik and Duggan firing and the cocaine testing that was coming. We talked about Bam Bam. We talked about the Rockers one night in. From a historical point of view, though, maybe the biggest thing that happened that night was in one of the stranger pieces of that time period, you look back at WrestleMania 3, Ricky Steamboat and Randy Savage had a match for the ages that night. Come June, Ricky Steamboat wants to take time off so he can spend time with this baby, just as they're giving him the belt, which was probably the worst time to ever ask for time off, one would think.
Well, one would think. And it's, you talk about choreographed. I was watching the Savage. Have you seen that biography?
I've heard about it. I have not seen it yet.
I wasn't aware. Of course, we never worked with Savage. But Steamboat on the video, excuse me, said they had 63 or 64 spots.
Almost like this. Facts to him, he said, right?
Facts to him that they had to memorize. Now,
and it was a great match to watch.
Yeah, but to me, that's
not working.
That's, yeah. You gotta. What if the people didn't buy a couple of those moves? You got to listen to the crowd. I mean,
well, what if they,
fortunately, that was a outstanding match.
What if they forgot and went out of sequence and got screwed up a little bit?
Yeah. But I was, there again, I must be easily astonished at my older age, but I would have never done that. I was never trained to do that. You learn a little bit of it, but you also have to pay attention to the fans. What if someone in an earlier match had done 3 or 4 of those spots?
Yeah.
You wouldn't get any good reaction.
Right. Well, and you know, the funny thing is, I ultimately think, and I don't, it's not like I ever sat down with Randy Savage and had this conversation, but I think Randy ultimately wanted what they got, which was a match that was considered an all-time classic. I'll tell you this, in late 1986, they worked back-to-back months at the Boston Garden, I believe in October and November of '86, and they had excellent, outstanding matches that I'm sure they didn't sit down and, you know, fax each other 64 spots for a Boston Garden house show. I just think maybe Savage wanted to go over the top at WrestleMania, would be my guess.
Well, I'm sure he did, but I was just amazed by that.
A little odd.
Yeah.
I really have never heard of anything like that.
No.
I haven't seen the documentary.
And Hogan in the documentary mentions that periodically when they were working, he would send them him text or papers and stuff like that. And,
really?
And Hogan said, you know, wait a minute, you know, just years ago when we were brought up, you work backwards. The finishes are most important. You get that straight, you're okay. Listen to the people. They might not be buying what you're doing.
And Savage was very good. I mean, it's not like I don't think he needed that.
The more I watch these videos, the more I'm amazed. I mean, it's like us talking, you know, you learn something all the time.
So back to that, again, that infamous set of TV tapings. Ricky wants time off. Vince McMahon says you can take a lot of time off, and we're going to take the title from you. Enjoy the baby.
I think that was pressure from his wife.
You think so?
Yeah, she wanted more time.
Rightfully so. I mean, most human beings would want to be around their newborn, but we understand the craziness that is this industry.
Yeah.
That's not something you do, especially after you're given the prestige of that championship belt in front of 93,000 people at the Pontiac Silverdome.
Yeah.
They had big plans for Ricky Steamboat, not for him to go vanish to spend time with his baby.
Right.
I mean, he really, in my opinion, I think he couldn't have picked a worse time to ask for the time off. Can you?
And I think when he did finally come back, didn't he come back as the Dragon?
That was several years later. He came back sporadically from 87 into 88, and then he was gone. So again, we talked about with Bam Bam in the previous episode, but there's Ricky Steamboat having one of the great, even now that's looked back upon as one of the great WrestleMania matches of all time. At WrestleMania 3, he finished up at WrestleMania 4 as a job, you know, I don't want to say a jobber, but, you know, putting over Greg Valentine, who was going nowhere in that heavyweight title tournament that they had. But we'll get to that as time goes on. But I just, as someone that had a kid of your own, could you imagine when you got a championship in WWF and then, you know, a couple of weeks later you say, I'd like to take 6 months off?
We had the championship.
No, but I mean, could you imagine after they gave it to you saying, thanks, Vince, I need 6 months off now? It's just not how it works.
Well, you never know what goes through their head, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and like you said, you never know what's going on in their home, too, with their personal life. I know the wife at one point, and again, you're talking fast-forwarding many, many moons, but when he got divorced, his wife wound up owning his name.
Wow.
He couldn't do anything as Ricky Steamboat. And I think, I don't know if it was WWF that bought it out, but he can be Ricky Steamboat now. But for a long time, his wife Bonnie owned the rights to everything Ricky the Dragon Steamboat.
Now, how did that come about?
I have no idea. Something through the divorce? It was a weird situation. He had to be Richard Blood.
Why would you agree to that?
You'd have to be a pretty, I would think, without knowing the insides of their home, a very vicious woman to want to try and take the man's name that he worked so hard to build for so many decades to provide for that family.
And
but one man's opinion.
And what is she going to gain? Because she's not going to get in the ring and use it.
I have no idea. Maybe she was almost like Bill Watt's wife when she kind of held the UWF Mid-South Library hostage for so long. Maybe part of it was spite. Maybe part of it was financial.
I thank God I've got a wonderful woman that's stuck by me. And
you and Barry did good. I mean, you look at the wrestling marriages, the fact that both of you are still married to the same great ladies after all these years, that's really a testament to not only you guys, but the ladies.
Hey, I know I'm the king of the castle when she's not there.
When she's out shopping, but okay, so again, to try and stick with the timeline we're working with, Ricky Steamboat wants out. Vince McMahon says, go take your time, but we're taking the belt. They wanted to put it on the natural Butch Reed. Butch was having some substance abuse problems. He was no-showing some events. Do you think Butch, if sober or clear-headed, do you think he would have been a good choice to be the new Intercontinental Champion?
I do. And it might have straightened him up. I think maybe Butch was having some problems because he had some aspirations and maybe some promises when he came in there that may or may not have been lived up to. But I think by handing him that championship and that title, I think he would have done a good job. He was over.
It was a good gimmick. Him and Slick had a good chemistry together.
And not to bring it up again, but there again, we got one of our friends that passed on. It just...
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah, Butch passed not too long ago. My God. Now, did you have a relationship with Butch or know Butch from the territories?
I knew Butch from going in and out of Mid-South, yes. He came in and out of Mid-Atlantic, and he came in and out of Georgia. I had a number of matches with him. Before he was the Natural, he was just Butch Reed.
When he was just Hacksaw Butch Reed, right?
And good athlete, strong dude. Never heard anybody have any bad comments about him. I think he would have been a good choice.
In some of the interviews we've done with other folks that have been here in this studio, they said long before WWF, he was one of the top 5 guys in the business at his peak. That him and Flair could hang for an hour, night after night after night. Was Butch Reed really that good?
He was good. I mean,
I've never seen footage of him from anything other than WWF, so I don't know. But was he considered one of the elite guys in the business for a period of time?
He was considered one of the top guys, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
But
It's a shame that he wound up breaking down to the substances or whatever it was that held him back.
yeah. Well, you don't
He
know.
really
I
missed
mean,
the boat.
Yeah, he
Because
did.
that could have been a huge opportunity for him. And I tell you this, if they ever did give him that belt, back at a time when belts actually had value, think of the value he would have had out on the circuit after WWF and after WCW.
Yeah.
He would have been much more in demand and been able to command much more money on independents, fan fests, and things like that afterwards. So he really shot himself in the foot with all those no-shows where they felt they couldn't trust the title on him.
Right.
I had a question that popped up in my mind that wasn't on the notes when we were going back and forth about that. But, well, ultimately the title went to the Honky Tonk Man. And he had the longest, still the longest reigning Intercontinental Champion of all time. A kind of a goofy gimmick. I remember when he first came in as a baby face, I hated the Honky Tonk Man. But then when they turned him heel, I tell you, I hated him for all the right reasons.
Right.
There was a guy that no matter who they put him with, the heat was just hot. I mean, he did good business on top with Jake. He drew great with Beefcake.
Yes.
He did outstanding. The feud he had with Randy Savage was so hot. I remember they did a night in the Garden. It was a rematch from the month before. It was Honky and Savage, and they had Jimmy Hart, and what did they call it? The shark cage, where he was hanging in the little thing from the top of the building so he couldn't interfere. And Macho was spitting at him, and Jimmy didn't want to get in the cage, and the ref said, if you don't get in by 10, Macho's going to get the Intercontinental title. I mean, that feud was white hot.
Yeah.
Even after he dropped the title to the Warrior, those rematches did good business. I mean, for a gimmick that was very limited, and for a guy, to be fair, if you look at his in-ring move for move, isn't considered one of the all-time greats, Honky Tonk Man had one hell of a run.
Oh, he had a terrific run. He was, he's a good friend of ours. And, yeah, you're right. He had good matches with all the guys that you had mentioned. It's just, and even to have good matches with Ultimate Warrior.
Well, I don't know if they were great, but they drew reasonably well,
right.
yeah.
But, and he still has the title, right? Still has the
reign.
The reign.
They screwed you guys over, but not Honky yet.
No, they can do what they want to. It's, yeah, but Honky Tonk's a good guy. We see him probably, well, pre-COVID and now maybe after COVID, 5 or 6 times a year.
The fans have always wanted him to come to this studio. They think he'd be a lot of
He
fun.
would be interesting.
He'd have a lot to say.
Yeah.
That's for sure. But
Because he doesn't hold back.
no, he's very opinionated. But that Macho Man Honky Tonk feud, that between the big angles they did on the NBC Saturday Night's Main Event shows, and just great feud. But were you surprised maybe to see Honky as the Intercontinental Champion with that great roster of talent that they had at that time?
No, not really.
Really? Okay. Did you think he was a guy that fit the role?
You have
I
to,
was shocked.
Well, you have to listen to the fan reaction, and he always got the negative reaction. For a heel, that's what you want. So there's a lot of guys that they try to push that got very little reaction.
Yeah.
So I think that's one time where maybe they listened to the fans. So
Well, it worked magic. Even here in Boston a few times where he would always draw. Jake, in '87, you know the problems he had. First he was injured, then he failed the cocaine test and was out for a while, but he wound up working Bruno a few times. And even those did huge business, Bruno and Honky Tonk, for the Intercontinental title.
I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah. They did a singles match in July of '87 in Boston, and then they did a very rare 8:30 p.m. start time in a very hot building in August of '87. It was Honky and the Hart Foundation against Bruno, Jake, and Tito. And that was Bruno's last match in Boston when he did that 6-man. Just, to me, it was a surprise. I couldn't believe that Honky Tonk Man was the new from a fan point of view, is how old would I have been at that point? 6, 7? So I didn't expect it.
Yeah.
It came out of the blue, but it worked like magic. He had a hell of a run.
Yeah, he did.
Now, we mentioned his reign, and I kind of hinted at it a few minutes ago, but were you aware of what WWE did with your Demolition's reign a couple of years back with New Day? Or did you don't even pay attention to something like
Well,
that?
we were, of course, notified that it was when it happened. Bill Apter and a bunch of people called us and asked us for our opinion and some remarks on it. Of course, I don't know any of the New Day. And
Kofi wrestled for us. He's from this area.
Yeah.
And he is, I tell you this, he may not be the biggest dog in the fight, but I think he's one of the greatest athletes in the history of that company.
well, they seem to be good guys, and for us to have that title champion reign for all those years means something. And records are made to be broken, I guess. So it didn't upset us. The thing that proved to be a little disturbing, and there again we have no control. Shortly after that, a couple days after that, they disbanded them, didn't they?
They lost the titles just a week after, I
Yeah.
think, as soon as they broke
And then they
their
broke
record.
them up.
Yeah.
So-
No, they still stuck together as a unit. They didn't really break them up until last fall, as a matter of
Yeah.
fact. Big E is a single on SmackDown, and Kofi and Xavier Woods are a tag team on Raw. But again, Kofi is, I think he's one of the great athletes in the history of that company. He's a very good human being. He's helped us a lot with some of our charitable endeavors, which I appreciate.
And that's what Barry and I heard. So, I mean, we wish him nothing but success. It's just,
You want to know why? But to me, and I hate to make it sound like I'm knocking Kofi, because I think the world of Kofi. His brother's another good guy too. The little one that you met yesterday. Every time we're at the events, Kofi's brother goes a lot when they're in town, because Kofi's from this area. I don't know if you know that.
No, I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
he's a couple of cities away where he lived. So his family and whatnot goes, and the little one gets excited when he sees Kofi's brother because he thinks he's buddy-buddy with him. But again, a good egg. But see, to me, here's the difference. When you guys had the tag team championship for your run, it was very, very important. When New Day had the title, and it has nothing to do with New Day, again, it's all about the presentation, they were probably jobbing on TV 50% of the time in non-title matches. Because now, unless they announce it on TV that it's a title match, it's a non-title match. And you have champions that lose as much as they win, which is another reason why I think the championship belts mean nothing, other than the WWE Championship and the Universal Championship that, as of right now, Roman Reigns and Bobby Lashley hold. Other than that, the championship belts are a joke. How much value is a championship belt going to have if the champion loses half the time on free TV?
I didn't know that.
It's pathetic.
Well, see, I don't watch,
Yeah.
and I'm sure Barry doesn't know it either. So, yeah, it diminishes the team or the individual, and also the belts. So,
Here's one thing I think that everybody in wrestling has lost track of when everyone worries about 5-star matches and big spots and internet approval and, little videos on Facebook and Twitter. The one thing that always gets people over is when they win.
yeah.
Have you ever seen someone less over because they win their matches? It's a simple formula. You can't go wrong with it. You want to get someone over? Have them win. You want to have them be a credible champion? Have them win. When you have them lose, how does that help anybody?
Well,
It's just uncreative TV.
there again, it's selected who's losing. There's certain guys I'm sure that probably never lost, right?
Well, Roman hasn't done any jobs in non-title matches since he's become the Universal Champion. And off the top of my head, Lashley I don't think has. But I know you don't watch it a heck of a lot, but are you familiar with Drew McIntyre?
I've seen him I've seen him. I've never watched a match.
I'm not huge on him, but last year pre-COVID, they really wanted to go with him and give him a chance. And you know Lesnar, obviously.
Yeah.
They did a gimmick where Lesnar, as the champion, went into the Royal Rumble and was going to win the Royal Rumble. He went in, and I was there. It was at the baseball stadium in Houston, Minute Maid Park. Great atmosphere, 40,000 people. Lesnar kicked the shit out of 14, 15 guys before McIntyre came out. And McIntyre eliminated him, but decisively. Lesnar laid on the floor for a good 3 or 4 minutes. And, you know, McIntyre was just eyeing him like a dog, ready to attack. And they wound up building up to what would have been the main event in Tampa at Raymond James Stadium that ultimately turned into the Warehouse WrestleMania where there were no fans. And unfortunately, that's where McIntyre got the title, in front of no fans. To me, even though I wasn't the world's biggest Drew McIntyre guy, they should have never had that man lose until the fans were back again. To get to gauge that organic reaction from the fans as opposed to, well, what are they saying on Twitter about him this week? You know what I mean? It's hard to tell what the fans really thought where there were no fans around. And then what do? He had a decent enough run, but he dropped the title needlessly to Randy Orton for 3 weeks, who certainly didn't need it at how over Randy Orton is. And then earlier this year, he lost it to The Miz. So by the time they put McIntyre in the main event against Lashley this year at WrestleMania in Tampa, he'd already dropped the title twice in a year, and I don't think he was anywhere near as over as a result of it. One man's opinion. I mean, you can overcome doing jobs, but I think when you have a guy that's new, kind of fresh as a main eventer, I think you should keep him as hot as you can until you have a chance to find out, okay, is this someone we can go with for the short term? Is this someone we can go with for the long term? Or is this someone we can build the company around? They never really gave the guy that chance by having him lose in front of no people, in my opinion.
Is he the champion now? Or
No, Lashley is.
Oh.
And I think Lashley makes for a much better champion, in my personal opinion. But I also think at the same time, while I personally prefer Lashley, I think they should have given McIntyre the chance to be the champion, not having lost, until they had fans come back. I think they missed the boat. One man's opinion.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's listening to you talk about all these things that are going on. I'm glad I don't really watch it because it sounds like it's chaotic there. It's and you wonder some of the things that they plan. And they spend hours and hours and hours and days planning it, and it's switched minutes before the taping. So
talk about chaotic, yeah.
Sometimes that's what it sounds like.
Sometimes even in the middle of the show, I've been told by guys that are there now that they're getting updated scripts and so on and outlines.
Yeah,
and
it's
mayhem.
There needs to be.
How much really? Look at what it is that's being produced. You're not going to reinvent the wheel every week on Monday Night Raw. How much do you really need to change in the middle of a show that's going to tweak it and make it that much better as you continue to see the ratings decline and decline and decline and decline?
It's almost like there's a viewer monitor on the number of viewers there. And as it, oh God, let's change it. You know what I'm saying? In the middle of like that change is going to change.
Yeah, right.
300,000 people. They're not watching it now. You're not going to get them this week. But with the buzz, you might get 100 more thousand. It's not going to happen instantaneously.
There is no patience and there's no pacing. I think those are the two biggest problems they have right now. I mean,
and where does it come from, Dan?
The top.
And who's at the top?
Mr. McMahon. Another thing that gets me about those shows, instead of saying, sometimes they'll shoot a pretty good angle. But then instead of saying, all right, next week the main event on Raw is blah, 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 they'll have it later on in the same show.
Well, here's the thing that, and I actually feel sorry for the creative people, Triple H.
Oh my God, they must go nuts.
Triple H and all these other people that are they put a lot of time and effort into this. To have it, boom, no. here's a, and I've wondered this for the last, and maybe he's gone. I don't know. Who was the guy that was the heavy set, bearded guy that he was one of the Vikings or something?
The Viking Raiders?
Yeah, wasn't there a shorter
A
one?
tag team?
Yeah. Wasn't there a shorter one guy that they were pushing as a baby face for a period of time?
You mean Otis?
Otis. Now, he was hot, supposed to be the hottest thing since sliced bread, right? For how many weeks?
They shoved that guy down people's throats
Yeah, and
so bad.
where's he at now?
And nothing. Mid-card forgotten about.
Why?
They built the entire show around him for months. They gave him the hottest woman. They broke up his tag team needlessly.
Yes.
And again, you talk about horrendous booking. Okay, Otis is part of a tag team heavy machinery. He's in the middle of a big program. The partner turned on him in a big match, and he wound up losing. And what did they do? They never even, the two, Otis and Tucker, the tag team that turned on each other, they never even had a match. They put Tucker on Raw, and they kept Otis on SmackDown.
And they were really going to push him, right?
He was in the main event of everything.
Okay, for how long?
Months. He was.
What's he doing now again?
Nothing. Well, he's in a mid-card tag team.
Why?
Now. Because people got sick of the overexposure. They didn't want to see him in 3 or 4 segments a week. I don't think there's anybody they want to see 3 or 4 segments a week.
There we go back to what we were talking about before. Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. What's the only day they're not on?
Saturday.
Okay, Saturday. 6 nights a week, and then now you got the biography.
Yeah.
And then you got is that Peacock streaming yet?
Yeah, they're streaming away, baby.
How much
What is that, segment 2, baby? Thank you, Justin.
How much can you see?
I just think the problem is, for those that do engage with it, is the lack of variety.
Exactly.
There is nothing that makes it must-see TV. When you know you're going to see the same people, not just every week, but in a lot of cases, multiple times a week.
Yeah.
Again, we talk about the good old days, but I mean, Demolition wasn't on TV every week. When you were, oh, wow, Demolition's on this week. And usually it was a squash match to build up whatever house show was coming to town or whatever pay-per-view was coming up, and it was to build up to something bigger. Nothing is built up anymore.
And at that time, how many hours a week were wrestling on? One?
Well, in Boston, we had Superstars and Challenge. We had Prime Time on the USA Network, which was 2 hours. We had 2 or 3 NWA shows on TBS.
No, I'm talking about.
Oh, just WWF?
How many days a week? 2 times maybe?
Saturday we had 2 shows. Spotlight, that would always fluctuate. That would change sometimes. You had All American on Sunday morning at noon, and you had Prime Time on Monday night. But again, mostly enhancement matches to try and build talent up instead of giving the featured matches away for free.
So you're saying maybe 2 nights a week total?
Yeah.
All right. Now you got 1 million people or 1.5 million people watching 7 nights a week. If there was only 2, you'd have 1.5 million people for those 5 nights on those 2 nights. So you'd be up to about 6 or 7 million again. But my God, if you got, like we talked the other day, I love football. But if football was on 7 nights a week, there's a couple games that I don't want to watch anyway.
Right.
A couple teams I don't care about. The viewership has to choose what they're going to do. The wife might want to go someplace. They might want to go to dinner or a movie or a combination of both.
And I try and sit through them because we do review-style podcasts. And let me tell you, it's a chore a lot of the times to try and sit through some of those shows. But again, we're getting a signal from the back. Our good friend Justin. I mean, do we have some great help or do we have some great help?
Fantastic.
I mean, in some of our previous tapings, we had...
I saw those guys earlier painting the walls.
Really?
Yeah.
Are they really putting them to work? We had Dave helping us out. We had Jackie the Joke Man helping us out. We had, for the very first time, our junior ambassador, Devon Brent, trying to learn some of the equipment. Today we have Justin back there manning the ship for the time being. Other great help is coming as the day goes on. We are very blessed to have such great help, because let me tell you guys something. We talk about how there's no wrestling without wrestling fans. Without the guys that you don't see behind the camera, if we didn't have them helping, Bill and I would be sitting in a dark room, probably doing, if nothing else, a podcast-style interview over a telephone.
Yep.
And I think this is much better.
Oh, yeah.
All right. All right, wrestling fans, right now we're going to take a brief timeout again. Don't forget, gee, someone really, they must be spying on us. Must be those iPhones spying on us.
Yes.
Check out the great merchandise in the eBay store. It helps keep Wrestling Legends working, coming into the studio, and you get an on-air shout-out when you pick up some great wrestling merchandise for your collection, just like this.
Boston wrestling sports and the MWF explodes into a new year of unknown with professional wrestling content galore, and we need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after we review the previous night's Monday Night Raw, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with the unpredictable WWE Hall of Famer, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights after WWE, NXT, and AEW at 10 p.m., you never know who's going to show up on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll journey through the 80s and 90s on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday nights after the lights go down at the Thunderdome on SmackDown, it's John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. If you want early, ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and to help keep Wrestling Legends working during the worst of times, for less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
On October 28th, 2020, wrestling's scariest night was back with WWE NXT Halloween Havoc. This limited edition collector's autograph poster is number 12 of only 100 produced and is signed by all 9 superstars featured on the poster, including Johnny Gargano, Damian Priest, Candice LeRae, Io Shirai, Dexter Lumis, Cameron Grimes, Rhea Ripley, Raquel Gonzalez, and your Halloween Havoc host, Shotzi Blackheart. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the back. You'll also receive an on-air thank you from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus mystery autograph photo. Help keep Wrestling Legends working. Get this awesome collectible now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889.
Wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders. We are here with Demolition Axe Bill Eadie, who we are hoping, I'm almost begging and pleading with the man for him to become a weekly regular on this show. We've been having a lot of fun this far.
I don't know if I could work the hours you put in, my friend.
Well, you know, at least you get to go home. I tell you, I don't know if I noted it on this show, but just the night before you came in, 10 a.m. to 1 a.m., and then I had to be back early the next morning to do a little work before we picked you up at the airport. I really have lost my mind. I have not had a day off from this place since we got back from WrestleMania. And even people could say, well, you went to Florida, but even when we were in
Yeah,
Florida. We
you
were
were
doing
working.
interviews every day.
Yeah, you were working.
Well, you know what? You can't fault me for work ethic. I guess that's the Italian in me. I don't know. But also, as we roll back into the world of WWF 1987, brief return, a man that was introduced kind of as an enforcer, Mr. T. Any memories of Mr. T? He was brought in for that spot where they said he was going to be this guest enforcer, and other than some house shows, I don't think he was ever seen again as a WWF character.
No, we weren't. Most of the time, I think he was probably in other towns. And that
But I mean, if he did 3 or 4 shots that year, I think that would have been a lot.
Yeah.
And they were all non-televised.
Yeah.
So did you interact, or did you ever meet Mr. T?
No. Well, we said hello and
Yeah.
shook hands and stuff like that. But as far as going out to dinner and stuff
Yeah.
like that, or sitting for lengthy conversations, no.
I just thought it was odd. They'd put him on TV, they'd introduce him in that role, and then, especially where he meant so much to WrestleMania 1.
Well,
I mean, he helped sell that
maybe
show.
the financial arrangements weren't met.
Maybe, but you'd think before they'd shoot the angle to put him on TV and say they were going to do it, they would have figured all that stuff out.
Maybe they would have done the same thing with Missy Hyatt we talked about.
Well, yeah, Missy's Manor, yeah.
So I don't know.
Yeah, strange to see Mr. T poof into thin air. Now a WWE Hall of Famer. He had one of the more infamous speeches in Hall of Fame history where he was kind of cut off in the middle of his speech. When
Really?
He went on and on about his mother for about 20 minutes, and they sent out Kane to kind of end it. I don't know. Mr. T got a heck of a lot of time, and we're still waiting on Demolition. But what are you going to do? That's a different story for a different time. Now, the guy that came in the spring of '87 to try and freshen up the roster, a guy that had a pretty good run for 3 years, left right around the same time you did too, Ravishing Rick Rude.
Yeah.
Any memories of Rick Rude?
Oh, Rick was a good guy. I mean, real close friend of Barry. Grew up.
Another Minnesota guy.
Yeah, in Minnesota near Barry. And Barry, I don't know if they went to the same high school or competitive high schools, but Rick was a talented guy. He was pretty good on the mic. He was good in the ring. And I've got a lot of good, positive memories of him. He always seemed to be smiling. I know he had some differences with certain people, but it never spilled over to, fisticuffs and stuff like that. Good guy.
Tough guy, from what I was told, too.
I'm sorry?
Tough guy.
Evidently he was. He was, I don't know if he was an amateur boxer.
I think he was, now that you mention it.
Yeah, he could take care of himself.
Yeah.
But I know he was an arm wrestler.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I saw him. Well, he lived not too far from me in Atlanta.
Really?
In Atlanta, when he moved down to WCW. Same town, just on the other side of town. And bumped into him in the store and stuff like that.
Another one that we lost far too soon. I think he was only 40.
Oh my goodness, yeah, it was
40.
I don't know.
And if the story is true, under maybe the oddest of circumstances I've ever heard of one of the guys passing away.
What did you hear?
That he was shooting pure Viagra into his penis.
I didn't. I know he was. I don't know about the shooting directly into, but I know he was taking a lot of Viagra at the time.
Did he really need it that much?
I don't know. I mean, I never asked him
Not
about
to
it.
make a joke out of it, I've never heard of it. We've had a lot of odd deaths in this crazy industry, but I've never heard of anyone passing because of Viagra.
Well, what I heard was there was other drugs involved.
Oh, okay, maybe a mixture.
Yeah, and
that's too bad.
Yeah,
I mean, this is a guy that had from what I heard, he was training for a comeback.
Yeah.
Another one that seemed to once that Lloyd's of London policy ran out, all of a sudden they seemed like they found the magic recipe for a comeback.
Yeah.
And I think at that point, if he was able to come back in '99, he could have been a main eventer in either one of those companies.
Oh,
and
yeah.
made some big money. I think Austin and Rude in WWF, imagine that.
Yeah.
I think that would have been a hot program.
Yeah.
Where there were so many older, established guys in WCW, maybe he wouldn't have had as much value as he could have to WWF, but still, he looked great at the age of 40.
Oh, yeah.
If he could go at even almost like Mr. Perfect after his Lloyd's of London expired and he had his comeback, even if he could go at,
That's a wonder why Lloyd's of London doesn't do the
isn't it
insurance policy
strange?
anymore.
Yeah. And it was a lot of guys from Minnesota, too, for some reason.
Yeah.
I know Animal, same thing. You know, for some reason, he could only wrestle in tag team matches. Singles matches, no, but tag team matches, yes.
Yeah.
Which is another odd.
Well, I think the guy that originated that policy was a friend of Joe's.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. So that explains why all the Minnesota guys were
Yeah.
in on it.
Yeah.
And like you said, unfortunately nowadays there's no more Lloyd's of London for people that may need it. But it's a shame. If Rude could have had that big comeback, think of the money he could have, had for his family.
Yeah.
Even if he worked just a couple of more years.
Yeah. And another sad thing was, I knew one of his sons,
Oh yeah.
And
I think I know where you're going with
and
this.
he got killed in a motorcycle accident
Yeah.
not too long.
Recently, it was only within the past
yeah.
couple of years, right?
Yeah, in the same town in Rome, Georgia. I think he was attending Shorter University where my grandson played ball, and I think he got hit by a car.
Wow.
Yeah, sad.
Just for the whole family, my
Yeah.
God. First Rick at the age of 40,
Yeah,
and then
I think
The-
the boy
the
was
son-
like 21 or something like
yeah,
that.
the poor wife. What she must have gone through, my God,
Yeah.
with not one but two deaths like that. Horrible, absolutely horrible. You mentioned though that a guy that could handle himself. Marty had said on the show before that he initially had some issues with Warrior, that he had,
Rude did?
he had to kind of physically straighten out in the ring with Rick.
I
mean with Warrior.
Yeah,
I'm
I
sorry.
wasn't aware of that. So.
Yeah.
It,
We
I mean, it
we
may
said
have
Warrior
happened.
was very stiff with him, and he got tired of Warrior being stiff with
Warrior
him.
was stiff with everybody.
Yeah.
But that wasn't Warrior's fault. Warrior just didn't know any better. I knew Jim from years ago, before he came up there, and he was always green. He was always stiff. And, Barry and I have talked about it, a number of guys have talked about it, and I don't really think that Warrior appreciated the business. He liked the money. He was making good money, but as far as protecting the business, caring about the boys, that's my opinion. A lot of people might say, well, he's the greatest thing since blah, 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 and you're not. So I'm just saying our dealings with him. And I think if Joe was here and Mike were here, they'd tell you the same thing. Because we had some matches,
Oh, the
six-man tags.
Yep. Oh, we're going to get there as we get into 1990.
And,
I remember.
If it wasn't for Joe and Mike being involved in it, they were stinkeroos.
Well, when they brought him in, it seemed like they tried to protect him. He came in '87, just like you guys, a little further down the road. He had a little bit of fame from World Class as the Dingo Warrior. I think they came up with a better name as Ultimate Warrior, but he was kind of hidden on the C-Team, B-Team house shows for a long period of time. Do you think try and give him more experience? Was he even worse when he first came in than when he became champion?
Yeah.
Then those must have been some tough matches for the Barry Horowitzes and Steve Lombardis that he was working with every night to try and
you'll
help
have to ask those guys because
to
they
help him learn.
probably suffered.
Yeah, but no, Marty said that the one night they showed up at a house show, Rude was there very, very early, drinking beer, which they thought was odd because that wasn't how he normally operated. And Rude and Warrior went out. I guess Warrior was stiff with him a couple of times. Rude got him in a headlock and got him down on the mat, and I guess it almost choked the life out of him, saying, do you want to work? Do you want to shoot? Then there was some kind of an angle after the match, maybe a count-out finish, where Rude was running away with the title belt, when he was Intercontinental Champion and Warrior was chasing him, and Warrior was supposed to pull the belt away, and Warrior went to pull it, Rude wouldn't let go, and Warrior just kind of backed off, which must have been odd to the fans at that house show that night,
Yeah.
but apparently after that, there was no more problems. I think, if I remember, I don't know if it was in one of his books, but Bobby Heenan told a similar story about Andre working with Warrior like that he was too stiff, and then one night, you know, Andre liked to do that spot where he'd get stuck in the ropes, and Warrior came charging at him full speed, and he stuck out that foot and almost knocked him into the balcony, and I guess Warrior lightened up after that at that point too. So maybe he needed guidance.
Well, I know for a fact that Andre didn't like the Warrior.
Oh, really?
Yeah. There was a couple guys that Andre didn't like, and all the guys would watch the matches, and that was one of the matches we'd watch. Another one was Jake Roberts. Andre,
Wouldn't he kind of stand on his hair and try
he'd
and...
stand on Jake's hair and pull both of his arms up. And he didn't like Iron Sheik either.
Yeah, the Sheik has told those stories on how Andre used to step on his face, and oh my God. Not someone that you'd want to make an enemy out
I
of.
remember Warrior coming in the dressing room a couple times when we're sitting in there. He's working with Warrior, and Warrior's asking him, well, what do you want to do, boss? What are we going to do? And I remember Andre looking up and said, whatever I want to do. And that would be the situation.
Really, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's another interesting anecdote I want to talk about once we get to 1989. But as 1987 rolled along, again, you had Dingo Warrior becomes an Ultimate Warrior. What about Jake Roberts? I mean, he went through a heck of a lot in 1987. We alluded to it a little bit. He claims, leading up to WrestleMania 3 on the Snake Pit, the talk show that he used to host, Honky Tonk Man leading up to WrestleMania 3, when he hit him with the guitar wasn't gimmicked, and it caused him a lot of, lifetime physical problems. That maybe is what led to an increased problems with the cocaine and the booze and whatnot. He was out of action due to an arm injury in '87. He was one of the first that failed the drug test and was actually sent to rehab. I don't know if he was maybe someone that they set the example with in the summer of '87 by sending someone to rehab like that to try and overcome their problems. But, as someone that was in locker rooms with them, what were you observing with the Jake Roberts? Was he hurting? Was it substances? Was it a mixture of both? Someone that was so great and had so much to offer the business really had a bad year and was falling apart at the seams.
Well, I don't think it was just a bad year. I think it was things leading up to that year. Mm-hmm. It may have been a combination of things. But Jake's a good friend of ours. And I'm glad to see that he's straightened out, and I hope it continues. But like you said, it's not always, and I like that phrase, it's not demons, it's choices. And Jake was making choices. Mm-hmm. And the choices he was making weren't going to benefit him. As far as the gimmicked or not gimmicked, I've heard that mentioned a couple times. I don't know if it was true or not, but maybe that was the reason for making choices. I don't know. I'm not in Jake's shoes.
I can't imagine it was a pleasant experience if it wasn't gimmicked.
Right.
I mean, that was a baseball bat-like swing.
It was sort of like
shot at
it was sort of like Tully hitting Barry.
Like you mentioned, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's too bad if that's the case, because you know what? As we've noted, life for the boys was tough enough as it was, being on the road 300 days a year in a non-territory system where there was just so much having to be up so early, flying in the air from city to city, coast to coast, day after day, away from home, 50, 60 days, like you mentioned. The Sheik said one time he did 92 straight days without a day off.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it was the treatment of a circus animal, and then you throw into it, on top of the normal aches and pains that your body goes through working in wrestling, an injury like that, I'm sure it would have affected his neck, I imagine, the way he got hit in the head with the guitar if it wasn't gimmick. Just almost like Snooker with the coconut, just a a bad situation. And if you took a guy that already had problems, I mean, I don't know how much you know about Jake's past, but it's a pretty dark story his entire life.
Yeah, I was around Jake in Georgia, Mid-Atlantic, Mid-South. That's what I'm saying. That particular year wasn't the only year.
Yeah.
It was a lot of things build up to that year. And then you top it off with that injury, which requires probably, if 2 pills are working, 4 pills will do better.
If
Right?
work will work, 6 will work better.
Yeah, so it's choices. There again, I mean, I can't put myself in their shoes. I just thank God that I never experienced that.
And just what a horrible life he talked about in different interviews, and maybe that documentary that he was in is where I heard it. But you know, Grizzly Smith had him when the mother was 13. I mean, that's pretty dark. He alluded to the fact that, you know, he had sex with the mother at different points, and I mean, that's just, what kind of a life is that for a kid? Forget about the pro wrestler Jake Roberts. I don't know if I can pronounce his first name. Is it Aurelian or
Aurelian?
Or Aurelian? Aurelian Smith. Think of what that, as a kid, what he went through with that, you know?
I'd hate to think about it.
It's horrible. And you know what? Maybe it makes me look like the fool, but I have tried, because I think Jake has so much to offer professional wrestling if he's clear-headed.
Yeah.
He showed us 3 different times. And you talk about why would you keep going to that well over and over again, but you know, the first time was an error in judgment. The second time was one of those times he said supposedly cleaned up, and then there was an incident at an independent show in Ohio, and he decided to take out the Damien that was attached to him from under his pants. Then the third time, I don't blame him. I blame, he was involved with some of those DDP people who have done a great job, but I guess there was one that was kind of on the sleazy side. He respected the past that we had with Jake and gave us a great deal, but then the same weekend when Jake was going to come in, I guess he wound up getting multiple appearances for him in New York, and that wasn't even on Jake, that was on this quote-unquote agent, canceled them on us again. So I still think Jake has a heck of a lot to offer professional wrestling. The fans love him. He created great memories. But what about Jake the Snake you know as a human being? Beyond the drugs, beyond the booze, who was Jake the Snake to you? Was he a good guy? Was he a prick? Was he a...
No. Every time we've had, and we saw Jake not too long ago at a signing. Like I said, I'm glad he looks much better, looks healthier, seemed to have his ducks in a row, and I hope it continues. And we're going to see him, we're doing an appearance with him in, we just got the commitment from the promoter in the early part of August.
Okay.
Up in Springfield, Massachusetts.
Well, he was originally slated to be part of the Back to the 80s WrestleFest. Hopefully we're trying to sort that out with him, because it's difficult to try and navigate everybody's schedules all over again for the same night. But we're hoping, again, knock on wood, he'll be with us November the 13th. He was actually going to be the first go-around with us in studio as well, and I think he'd have some very interesting stories.
He would. And he's working now with the AEW, correct?
Yeah, he's a manager there now. They brought him in with a bang. He was cutting some great promos, but the guy that they have him with now, he's kind of in no man's land right now, so he's not doing anything of great relevance, I guess is the best way to put it. But you know what? I'm happy that the man has a contract and he's earning a living.
Yeah.
Because he went a long time without one.
Yeah.
And maybe if he didn't make some of the bad choices that he made as a result of some of the horrible experiences he had in his life, who knows how different things could have been.
Well, you know, when you have those problems, you never get rid of them. You have to fight them every day.
Yeah.
So I just pray and hope that every day goes well for him.
Yeah.
You know, because
What more can
I
you
like
ask?
Jake. We always had good conversations, and like you say, he knows the business. He's got a mind for the business, he just got sidetracked periodically, but I hope he does well.
He was another one of those guys. No matter who they put him in with, the fans absolutely loved it. They
Yeah.
loved Jake.
Yeah.
That DDT chant would start early on, and it would go throughout the entire match. The anticipation would build to see what's inside the bag. And, you know, it's just a shame that, again, 87, it was just, maybe that was the year when the straw that broke the camel's back, maybe,
Yeah.
where what already was a difficult life, a difficult existence,
Well,
some bad choices already made were made even worse. And if it was because of maybe that one incident, what a waste, you know, when someone could have been more respectful of the human being that was taking the shot, you know.
I heard some stories years ago when I was in Mid-South about Grizzly. And maybe why I was naive, I couldn't believe him, but and listening and talking to Jake, evidently that was true. So, I mean, I had a sheltered life. I had a good father and mother, and they protected me, and I try to do the same thing for my kids and my grandkids. So, you know, unless you walk in somebody's shoes, you can't make a judgment on them.
It's tough, yeah, you're right, but you can only go through the observations.
Yeah.
But I think at the end of the day, the one person that Jake Roberts hurt the most was himself.
Oh, Jesus, yeah, yeah. He would have been in the office, I guarantee you, for WWE.
For a short period of time, they gave him a shot on the creative team
Yeah.
in '96.
Yeah.
I think that was during his religious comeback. And, you know, Mick Foley said in his book he was still getting high every night, but he tried. You know, and you know, to be fair, what's the best way to word this? There is the clean that you'd talk about with your friends and family and whatnot, and then sometimes there's the wrestling version of clean, which is a little different. You know what I mean? It's a little different.
Yeah, and I
it's a little
I
different.
think Jake was doing that for a number of years.
Yeah.
I think he's clean now, but you got to guard, man. I mean, the few years in respect to the multiple years of addiction, the few years of staying clean, you got to keep going forward.
Yeah. Well, again, we can only hope for the best for Jake. I still continue to believe he'd be a great guest to have in the studio and to have with us at least one live event and see how it goes. Now that, you know, it's been such a long span where he has been clean and sober, you know, we're trying to sort out the details. I don't even know. Again, by the time this airs, hopefully we'll have some positive news.
Yeah.
I can only hope for the best because I think he has a lot to offer, not just the fans, but again, even the young independent guys. I think he's a wise
Well, perhaps he's helping them
man.
down there in AEW. You know, he's got that opportunity. So
Yeah.
if they listen, you know, a lot of young guys. Barry and I go to a lot of events. Now we'll probably be going a lot more. And somebody will come up to me and say, hey, Bill, can you watch my match and give me some feedback? And I always preface it with, do you want me to watch the match and tell you how good you are? Or do you want me to watch the match and tell you what I think? I'll watch the match. Just let me know what you want me to tell you. Because some guys don't want to, if you tell them something that wasn't so positive, you're just an old son of a bitch.
Right.
If they're really truthful and want, then I do it. But there's no sense in me or Barry wasting our time
Right.
giving advice to somebody who's going to walk away and say, oh, those assholes can't do nothing anyway. So.
What do you, any memories of Damien? The poor snake. He went through, from what I was told, a lot of abuse.
The only
times.
memories that I'm glad we didn't work with Jake against him. We could have worked with him against him, because I'm not letting that snake bite me. If the snake comes out and I'm supposed to be on the mat, I'm taking up and leaving.
And some guys didn't mind him. Some guys
Well,
did. I remember my.
that's not me. Unfortunately, I like snakeskin boots and shoes, but that's after they're dead. I don't want a snake in the house. I'm not going to abuse it. I'm just going to get somebody to remove it. But my daughter one time came, I think it was just shock effect. My oldest daughter came, and I was sitting at home, and she came in, she sits down on the couch, and she's got a boa constrictor around her neck.
A real one?
A real one.
Did she know it?
Of course she knew it. She came in because she knows I don't want to be around them.
Oh, she was doing it to rib you.
Yeah. So I looked over, and I continued watching the TV, and I said, Julie, you and the snake have to leave the house right now. And she got up, of course, and left. She was trying to rib me.
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to keep it as a pet. I said, keep it in somebody else's house.
How many kids do you have, Bill? I don't even know if I know. Just one? Oh, no.
2 daughters.
Did you hold up 2 fingers?
2, I held up, well, I was holding the top of
Oh, okay. Well, I was just trying to show you how bad my vision is that I couldn't even tell you.
2 girls.
2 girls? Oh, that must have kept you busy when you were home. My God.
Yeah. Fortunately, my wife took care of all that, so.
And I don't know if I could handle a girl. The 2 boys that my ex has was tough.
Yeah.
To think about the life and the circumstances and the situations that little girls face.
Well, I think.
I don't know if I'd have the patience. I would worry too much. I worried too much about the boys, never mind a little girl.
I think that their out would have been, do you know who my dad is?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
that would help.
That would have been a great safety net.
Yeah.
But I mean, some of the things that the guys have told in the studio. I mean, shooting the poor Damien up with steroids. I mean, what a horrible thing to do to the poor thing. Just sitting in a bag. It can't see. It can't move. Another one, Davey Boy Smith was almost picking up the bag and hurling it in the air, saying, I don't want this snake in the locker room. Then he'd take it again, pick it up, and throw it in the air. I don't want this snake in the locker room. One time, and what I thought was a hilarious story, someone really was putting the boots to him before a match between Jake and Andre, and the snake went nuts. When the time came for him to come out of the bag, he hissed and went right into Andre and bit him. And Andre, when he came back to the locker room, there was a piece of that snake's tooth in Andre's chest. And they said, Andre, you're bleeding. And he kind of, I guess the snake was mad and just pulled it out like it was nothing. That probably would have given me a heart attack if the snake shot out at me like that.
Yeah.
But I mean, did you have a shower when the snake was around? I mean, I was told that was another thing, to keep it cool. Jake would sometimes let him hang out in the shower.
In a couple of the buildings we were there, and he had the snake in the shower and stuff like that. I just wasn't comfortable around it.
So you wouldn't shower when Damien was in there?
Shower quickly with my eyes watching it. Yeah.
Did you ever see him rise up at all, or just was he?
Oh yeah, but there were so many different snakes.
Yeah, oh yeah, it wasn't like there was one. I remember, I don't know if it was Marty, but someone told us about a story, and they'd have to put him with the baggage, and they brought him up to Canada, and the poor snake was froze to death when they took him off the plane.
Yeah.
So I guess the Damians rotated on a regular basis, but tough life for those pets too. Imagine living in that little sack.
Yeah.
Being abused by guys in a wrestling
and
locker
the bulldog, and the parrot.
Frankie, yeah.
I don't know if, like you say, we talked about peacock. I don't know if they'd allow that stuff nowadays because of the animal rights people.
Right. Well, remember, it was after you left, so I don't have a problem going into it now. But you remember Earthquake John Tenta?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember the angle they did when he splashed poor Damien and killed him?
No.
Oh, it was 91, so you were gone. It was probably about May of 91. Jake was injured or hurt in the ring, and then Earthquake and Jimmy Hart, they took a gimmick bag and put it in the ring, and he ran back and forth, and then he did that big sit-down splash on Damien and supposedly killed him. And all the animal rights people will go into all the house shows that Jake
Well, I
were
can
on,
understand
Earthquake
that
were
for
on.
guys.
But and then Vince was wise. They said, "Do you want to see what he killed?" And they brought out the bag, and it was some kind of gimmick. And obviously, it wasn't a real snake. But to me, as a kid, I thought it was. I couldn't believe my eyes.
Yeah.
When I saw Earthquake.
I mean, that's
kill
one.
the snake.
That's one of the early steps of criminology.
Yeah.
So, you know, you couldn't, that's
I
probably
wonder
not,
if that's something they'll let it off the Peacock.
Oh, I'm
Earthquake,
sure, I'm
Squash,
sure.
and Damien.
I'm sure.
But you know what? You want to know the one thing that gets me about Peacock? If it's me, and I understand where they're coming from, but you have to look at it, you know, WWE, it is, they want to label it as entertainment. So why don't you have G-rated movies, PG-rated, PG-13, R-rated movies, and then that way you can incorporate everything. You put up a big disclaimer of what it is that you're going to watch before you're allowed to view it. That's how I would do it.
Viewer discretion.
Viewer discretion is advised.
But
There are R-rated movies that adults can watch and enjoy. I wouldn't want my kid at 6 years old to watch some of that stuff.
I agree.
Yeah, but
I agree.
I don't think it should be totally eliminated. I think it should be accessible in a certain way, whether it be a password maybe that you have to put in to make sure that kids can't get to it. But I wouldn't eliminate everything because, like you said, for better or worse, a lot of it is pro wrestling history.
And not only in pro wrestling, look at the education system right now. They're trying to rewrite history. That things never occurred. Well, yes, they did. You learn from history.
Yep.
Try not to repeat it. But if it was never occurred and you do it, whose fault is it?
Well, you're a big guy when it comes to the history.
Yeah.
You love your history.
It's asinine. You know, this, I'm not going to get political, but things like that, them trying to eliminate this and eliminate that, and they're taken away from what I did or what I was involved with or, you know, you loved.
Yeah.
So.
I don't know, wrestling fans. We got the sign from our good friend Justin in the back. Heck of a podcast. Talk about a creative guy. Came up with the name Just In with Justin. That's a creative guy we got back there helping us out. We appreciate the help, all of our great staff, and we appreciate all of the great fans watching at home. Again, let us know what you think of tonight's show in the little chat box. Don't forget the super chat button is open for business. Help us keep the lights on, as they like to say at comedy shows, in concerts. Don't forget to tip the bartender. We're giving you some great entertainment you can enjoy from home or wherever you may be as you access these shows. So many ways you can help that don't cost a penny. Give us a big thumbs up. Let YouTube know you enjoy the content. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. It's absolutely free with over 2,000 videos for you to enjoy at your discretion. It lets YouTube showcase our videos to new fans that don't know we exist yet. If we can continue to build, again, I just don't want to have Bill on with us every week. I'd love to have Barry on with us, Demolition Smash every week. We'd love to have Jake Roberts on every week. The more fans that are engaged in these shows, the more superstars we can have with us.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's a pretty simple process. And again, if you could be kind enough, share the links across social media. There's Facebook, there's Twitter, there's Reddit, there's Facebook wrestling groups, there's wrestling websites. There's so many fans that gave up on wrestling in the 80s, that gave up on it in the 90s, that would find a talk show like this riveting, I think. I know I would, even if I gave up on watching wrestling. I'd love to hear about the stories about these guys nowadays. And of course, there's so many other ways you can help. As we've noted, the Super Chat. We have our eBay store with great merchandise. That helps bring more wrestling legends in, and we give you an on-air shout-out on one of these shows. One of the superstars personally thanks you. And the big one, we mention it all the time, Patreon. If you don't just want to be a fan, if you just don't want to be a friend, if you want early ad-free access to all of these great talk shows, if you want access to the Studio Shoot interview library, hundreds of them that have been seen by millions online, millions on the Howard Stern Show, some Patreon exclusive, plus the knowledge that your fine self, when you wake up in the morning and you're brushing your teeth, getting ready for work, and you're looking in that mirror, you can say, you know what? I'm helping keep professional wrestling legends working during the oddest times, the toughest times that non-contracted WWE and AEW talent have faced in this coronavirus world with the lack of events and opportunities to earn an income. The place to be, patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. You can find all the links about everything we've talked about in the description box below. Again, Bill, I thank you for joining us. A blast as always.
You're
the time
welcome.
just flew by, but we're going to be talking more WWF 1987 the next time Bill is with us. Until we speak again, folks, you and yours be well, stay healthy, good night.
Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
Wrestling fans, welcome back. As you are watching this, we are very likely, barring an act of God, at Wrestle House 2 in Tampa, Florida, as part of the Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive. We're going to have a week of Wrestling Insider interviews. We're going to have live episodes. We're going to have cyber autograph signings. If Marty's not too far from Tampa at that point, maybe even you'll pop by.
I'm in Jacksonville.
Well, that's a little bit of ways away from...
3 hours.
Yeah. That's a little bit of ways away.
Did you ever, like on the road, you did road trips? You did road trips, right?
Oh, of course.
Did you ever pee in a cup when you didn't want to hurry up?
I never did. I have, thank God, because I have a phobia of like public restrooms and whatnot.
Because you did
I have like a tank.
A what?
And people are amazed that I can hold it as long as I can.
Yeah, I am. You never pee when
I never do. You know when I go? At night.
You?
And then when I go, it's like Niagara Falls for 5 minutes. Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this though.
About my urine. As we get ready to celebrate Christmas and a toy drive. But let's talk about my urinating ability.
Which one do you? Which you do more? You shit or piss more?
I would have to say, hopefully, urinate a lot more.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's good for
Y'all
everyone.
laughing?
All right. All right, wrestling fans.
That's our brothers. They good people.
We got Captain Lou, Data, star of the Goonies. We got Jackie the Joke Man, a man whose humor knows no bounds. We got a man that knows how to rock, that's done cocaine than most rock bands the last century and this century combined. And you got me.
You know,
so Merry Christmas.
One time, what's his name? The singer,
yeah, that guy.
Motley Crue.
Yeah.
You
did a little medicine with him?
Huh?
Little medicine?
Shit, a lot.
A lot of medicine.
Well, I forgot his name. Motley Crue.
Yeah. Well, that's all I know them as.
The singer.
I don't know them by name.
Anybody know the singer's name from Motley?
Look it up, Lou, Dave.
I think it's Vince. It might not be.
Vince.
McNeil.
Did you ever do medicine
Neil?
with Vince? You didn't say no.
Let me tell you what, Coco. Yeah, we're on TV again. Coco told me one time Vince Neil, that's him, right?
You did medicine with Vince Neil.
We did about a shitload of cocaine one night. Because you know what happens? You cross paths, you know, because you go around the country and shit, and you do, you know, concerts.
Yeah.
And we do it.
It's
and
bound to
sometimes
happen.
You cross over. You know who my favorite? And I didn't get to party with him. Steve Tyler from Aerosmith. Ah, man, you know, man.
You want to hear a factoid?
Okay.
You want to know where he gets his hair done often when he's in this area?
No, we don't.
Good friends at Noel Salon on Green Street in Melrose.
Because he's from up this way.
Yeah, yeah, he's get his hair done many times at the salon.
Holy shit.
Yeah, so isn't it interesting how the world goes around sometimes? But back to the World Wrestling Federation in 1991, January 8th, Chattanooga, Tennessee, a wrestling challenge taping. It was the dark match, I guess, debut of the War Eagle.
Did you say Doc?
Dark.
No, you said Doc.
I said Doc.
But who?
The War Eagle. Chris Chavis.
He wasn't called the War Eagle.
For his dark match
he
debut, he
was.
was.
Chief Strongbow, remember him?
Yeah.
He kind of took him under his wing because he was doing the Can you say Indian?
Yeah, you can say Native American if you want to be
American.
PC, I guess.
Huh?
A lot of people think Lou is Native American.
Lou. Our
Captain
brother?
Lou, yeah.
Lou, are you Native American?
No, they called him actually on one of the live shows Pocahontas.
Do you know
Even though
there's
he's not female.
Do you know there? Do you know there's a girl? She went by Polka.
Elizabeth Warren?
Mm-mm.
Or the
If you
actual,
say it,
the
I would
real
know.
Pocahontas?
Wrestling-wise, yeah.
Oh, there was a wrestling Pocahontas,
you
so I
know
didn't
that?
know that. No,
Oh yeah, I accidentally tore that up.
no,
About
they
30
accidentally tore it up.
I
That's
mean-
what happens with Jackie and Allie sometimes, but that's all right.
Are you Jackie?
Keeps him busy.
The black girl?
No, Jackie the joke man.
Oh.
There's an alley in between the studio and the Dunkin' Donuts, and he knows what time they go through, and he just waits for them.
Why do you get in so much trouble?
Well, no, he says for him, it's
But
like
Jackie, the black girl, Jackie.
Yes.
Damn.
Active.
I told you when Rex King fucked her in the dressing room.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I mean, I really wanted to have. Are we really saying this on
Yeah.
TV? And I still do.
You
love
still
you,
want Jackie.
Jacqueline. But
I believe she's in a committed relationship.
maybe.
What does that mean in wrestling, right?
Yeah. No, we got to be respectful. But when the time Rex King tore it up, I think it was in Memphis for the dress before y'all went out to the match. Can I really say this?
Yeah.
The whole dressing room stunk. I don't know if you was on your period. I don't know why it stunk. Well, girls got yeast infection. Did you know
You
that?
think Jackie had a little problem with the yeast?
It stunk.
Yeah. Well, luckily I've never had to deal with the yeast infection, but
Jacqueline, I'm so sorry, sweetie.
yeah, I'm sure. Well,
I've been wanting to fuck you for like how many years now, and you ain't ever gave it to me.
only when she's yeast free, though.
She got some big ass titties.
Yeah, but no yeast. We're not doing any bacon.
Man,
All right, wrestling
Okay, yeah.
fans. Your initial impression the first time you met Chris Chavis, the future Tatanka.
I loved him. I loved him to death, and we're still good friends. Me and him are good friends. He was fucking. We're on TV.
Cool. Who did he have?
I can't tell you because he's married to her now.
No.
You know what I'm talking about? Michelle.
Wasn't that his first wife?
No, you're talking about the one Paul Diamond fucked. One time, can I tell you?
Yeah.
Paul Diamond, we were all doing it. Paul Diamond, but if you're gonna fuck, I don't know how to say this correctly.
Well,
because it's embarrassing.
try and use the correct verbiage, I guess.
Verbiage. You used like 30 words on me this week. What was that one? The most confusing.
Luminaries.
Yeah.
That one threw you off for a bit. The
fucked me up.
luminaries.
Back then we used to do a lot of. I'm not really going to tell
A lot of
the story.
medicine.
Oh, you know what? Boston. Oh my gosh. Let me cut. Okay. Paul was fucking.
You're talking about Paul Diamond.
Yes.
Cato.
Yes.
Max
Orient
Moon.
Express. He was a white boy that wore the mask to be a Japanese boy, but oh boy. Well, Chris and I are great friends.
Yeah.
He won't get mad because it's true, but we used to do a lot of cocaine back in the day, and man,
Not the peace pipe.
yeah, and when you do a lot of coke, or at least me and a couple more, a lot of guys can't get a hard on. You ever done cocaine?
No, I've never done it. Ever? No.
You want to?
No.
Okay, and we a lot back then, a lot.
A lot of medicine.
Yes, medicine. You're supposed to. We would do. Gosh, this is so horrible to be on TV. But when you would trade girlfriends.
Well, swapping.
Swap, yeah.
Jackie does that with Howard sometimes.
What's Jackie?
So. Jackie the joke man.
You do that?
In the control room, him and Howard sometimes, yeah.
But here's the wrong part, though.
Yeah.
Paul fucked up. He shouldn't have done this. You fuck in front of you. Is it okay to cuss?
It's okay, yeah.
They wasn't cussing, but you do it with each other. You don't wait till Chris is on the road up here. It was up here in Boston, and Paul flew her up. His Chris's, I don't know if it was
Future wife?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
But a girlfriend, I think it was a girlfriend, and flew her up here, and we had to go to Worcester, which is a horrible ass place. But we
You don't
had-
like Worcester,
I should
yeah.
have said that. We got fans from Worcester.
Great fans in Worcester.
I love you. I didn't mean that. But oh man, but this is what happened. Paul flew her up. I'm talking about Tanaka's girl. He'll tell you. I mean, from here to Worcester, I don't know if it's I-95. I don't know what the fuck it is, but you know we
Route
had to
90, the Mass Pike, just to be official.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, yeah, and it's an hour and a half, right?
Yeah. No, not even an hour. Yeah.
Hour.
Depends on the traffic.
Yeah. And so they passed each other though, and he had to pull her head down because they were passing each other, and he couldn't see his damn wife in the car with Paul.
Yeah, that might not have made for a great trip.
But that night, when they were coming back, they wrecked. They had a wreck. They had a car wreck. It wasn't bad. Nobody got hurt real bad, but she had to go to the hospital, and that's when Chris got a call. He goes, "Your wife's in the hospital." He's thinking in Tampa. He goes, "Oh shit, okay, where?" And they're like, "Whatever. What's the hospital here in Boston? The big one."
Mass
the big
General is the biggest.
Is it?
Yeah.
Mass General. And he goes, "What?" And it all came out that Paul was. Again, they were fucking. We were all fucking each other's girlfriends. We were all doing that, but you do it in front of each other. You don't do it behind the back. What do they call that? Swinging.
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 Swapping.
You have to be honest.
Yeah.
Is this?
Honesty is the best policy, as Slick used to say in Jive Salt.
Yeah, but it was fucked up. And it just goes back to Hulk, Road Warrior Hulk.
Yeah.
He got mad as fuck about it. And well, here's what happened. We all heard about it. There was a car wreck right down the street from here, wherever the hell. We're in Melrose, but we're somewhere near Boston. And they had a wreck going back to Revere, going back to the Hojo.
Mm-hmm.
Hojo. And you know, he got that call. Your wife's and our girlfriend's.
Now, this is Hawk?
No, Chris.
Oh, Tatanka,
yeah,
okay.
And what was that, 30?
Keep going.
Oh, okay, and oh man, can you imagine getting that news?
How was Hawk involved?
Oh, I'm gonna tell you.
Oh, okay.
Because Paul, that wasn't right, what Paul did.
No.
He flew her up.
He should have done it in front of her.
And she shouldn't have came.
In more ways
both
than
of them
one.
were wrong.
Yeah.
But so we had to, wherever the hell we wrestled the next day, it got around. All the boys, we all heard it. And everybody was mad at Paul. And Paul and I were good friends. We still are, kind of. And he, oh boy, why you got me telling everything? I'm going to skip forward and bring it back.
All right.
Paul asked me one time, he said, "Oh man, I don't think I can say this." He told me he liked fucking her in the ass.
Yeah.
And,
She was a 3-input woman.
Yeah, and I'm like, Chris is a good friend of mine. So a friend of mine is telling me he's fucking a friend of mine, is woman in the ass. And fuck, what do you do in that case?
I would say that's not marriage material.
Well, they didn't get married though, but they were dating, they were living together. But so with Hawk, to go back to that, the car wreck, Chris got the call, and I mean, you can imagine what shock he was. Next day, I wish I could remember, but it really don't matter where it was. It was TV taping, and everybody was waiting for, cause it was TV, we all got to be there. Everybody was waiting for Paul to walk in, because Chris was there, and we're like, he's going to fucking kill him. and we're all like this. You know, we don't want to, you know, but we are watching. Yeah. And when Paul showed up, Chris didn't do nothing. You can ask him about this next time. It's true.
Yeah, we'll ask him about his girlfriend's ass tendencies.
Not the one he's with now. No,
Yeah.
that's his wife. I think Michelle, and I introduced them. But Chris didn't do nothing. And Hawk, Road Warrior Hawk, got mad as fuck at Chris for not doing something.
Really?
Yeah, he was gonna beat his ass. You ain't gonna fucking do something. And Chris said, Vince told me not to. You know, I'll take care of it, which they fired Paul. They did fire him. But Hawk said, well, the fuck's he fucking your wife too? You know, he didn't agree with the fact that Vince said don't do nothing. And Chris didn't.
Well, I always found him to be a respectable individual. Tanaka.
Yeah, he
As
is.
we go to the break, real quick, maybe 30 seconds or so, did you think the first time you saw a very young Tatanka getting dark matches, did you think he had potential to be a star?
Well, we'll get back to it because it's going to be long.
Okay.
Because Chief Jay Strongbow, I'll tell you, when we come back.
All right, then. Marty's giving us the signal, wrestling fans. I love it. As we head on over to the hard camera, I'm waiting to see that magic light, the magic switch. I don't know what Jackie and Captain Lou are doing. Maybe they're doing some swapping
Jacqueline
back there. They can't. Oh, there we go. All right, wrestling fans. As we are enjoying somewhat beautiful sunny Florida, to honor this man with our Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks toy drive in a little ass violation right now, we're going to take a brief timeout. We'll be back with more Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty. Stand by.
Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
Wrestling fans, welcome back. You saw SmackDown from Hartford, Connecticut. You had AEW Rampage. Now it's time for Fabulous Fridays. I'm still trying to recoup Johnny from what was a wild, unreal, hellacious weekend here in the world of Boston Wrestling MWF. I think it was probably everything we could have hoped for and even more.
I have to tell you something. I've been involved with a lot of events.
Yes.
And you got the word. You asked me if I said it, and I did, and I'll repeat it. In all the events in 20 years that I've been involved,
16 for you.
Yeah, 16 for me, that I've been involved in, this event was nothing but outstanding. The crowd was tremendous. The fans were tremendous. The talent was tremendous. And to have all those legends there, let me tell you something. It's like making a cake and putting extra frosting and icing on it. It was just too much to behold. It was just awesome.
I guess I have to ask you the million-dollar question. Would you go as far as to say it was fabulous?
Better than fabulous.
Wow.
It was fabulous, fabulous, fabulous. All I can tell you. I had fans coming over to me saying, when's the next event? This is unbelievable. This is outstanding. The locker room was great. The back was run professionally. Thank you, Bo Douglas and Tiger Mulligan. It was done real, real well. No backbiting, no fighting. Everybody was on time. It was unbelievable from start to finish.
See what happens when you don't have me and Dylan Cage?
You took the words right out of my mouth.
All right, wrestling fans, as Johnny just noted, there have been a lot of fans inquiring about our return. And it's not just going to be a return, Johnny. It is going to be our marquee event, MWF Soul Survivor 10. Saturday night, April the 16th, live from Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts, when we go back to the 80s officially. We had to postpone the theme from November to April because of a wide variety of issues, from deaths to AEW moving their pay-per-view appearance to theft to a talent even leaving the country. So, I mean, we could only do what we could do.
No loss there. I just say this. Hopefully Duggan is good. He's healing up. He's being okay. And I tell you, if April 16th, and you keep alluding to the fact, if you thought the 13th of November was something, April 16th is going to blow you into another planet.
It's going to blow us into another decade.
There you go. So I tell you what.
And Lanny, well, he's doing it to himself. But
Well,
anyway.
I hope I'll be around for that one.
You hope?
You never know. God willing, you
never
never know.
I'll second that.
Thank
Please.
you.
What would we do, as much as you and I have had our issues, what would we do without you?
I can't wait to see April 16th.
Maybe you could have like an Easted flavored Fabo Pop.
I'll work on that. The hot sauce went
like
well.
Like a pig. I don't know what. Maybe like a cotton candy.
I had a
flavored,
bubble gum.
or-
I had a bubble gum.
You have a bubble gum?
I had
What
it.
color
I
is
had
that
it.
one? Oh,
It
you
was,
had.
It was pink. Yep. No more bubble gum.
Not even for Easter. You can't dig a case up.
No, they won't.
All right.
The company won't do it. So.
All right, fans. Again, well, we want to let you know, if you were with us on November 13th, if you were with us November 13th, you should have received a special link with a special discount code that's valid through November 30th that'll save you on top of the already discounted holiday price we're going to have for VIP packages and tickets to Soul Survivor 10 on April the 16th back in Melrose. That's if you pre-ordered and we have your email address. If you didn't, we gave everybody the opportunity the night of the event to leave their email address over at the merchandise stand. But the good news is you can also, whether you're in Melrose, not in Melrose, if you want to go back to the 80s with us on April 16th, on Thanksgiving Eve, this Wednesday, VIP packages and tickets with a nice holiday discount alone go on sale to everybody. So if you were with us, you can receive an extra discount through November 30th, but anyone can get VIP packages and tickets with a special price for the holidays. It's an early Black Friday, I guess, starting on Thanksgiving Eve.
Hey, I'm ready. Get those tickets. I'm going to tell you right now, do not be disappointed. There's a limit to the number of people that hall can seat.
Yes.
And I'm telling you right now, please, some of those fans I've never seen before are coming back for the April 16th show. Don't be disappointed. As you would always say, get your tickets now.
Johnny, we're just about a week and a half away from the cyber version of the Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive coming to life. We're getting up in the bird, headed back to the Sunshine State. There is no Halloween Horror Nights, though. No horror at all, as a matter of fact. It's going to be good times, good cheer, good friends, good interviews, live episodes, cyber autograph signings. Already announced this week to be with us include the captain of the toy drive this year, the Hall of Famer himself, our good friend, Jerry Briscoe.
Wow.
Man that has a lot of respect for you.
As I for him. Tremendous individual. Please say hello to Jerry Briscoe for
Another
me.
individual that'll be joining us when we're down in the Sunshine State. What about a man that some say is dirty? Dirty Dutch Mantel, Zeb Coulter. He said he wants to spend another WrestleMania weekend with you.
We had such a great time, Dutch Mantel and I. I'll tell you what, he's got a lot of stories. He's an amazing man.
He's still shocked that you got charged for about 8 ginger ales at Red Lobster that night.
Red Lobster, please, don't even waste your time.
Also, beyond some of the other guests that have not been announced yet that we're still in communication with, what about the return of a true Native American? Not that other piece of garbage in North Carolina, the Native American Tanaka.
Another great star. Worked a couple of shows with him. Outstanding human being.
Good friend of Paul Bearer's, and also officially announced, Johnny, if you missed the news a little earlier tonight, our friend from down under that we just spent some time with this past weekend, Almighty! Oh! I want to see him lick your head, Johnny.
You know what, mate? I got to tell you something. He is a very, very, very good friend. We met 10 years ago, I believe, right here.
Yes, right at Memorial Hall. He
Right
competed
here.
10 years ago.
That's right. And I have to tell you something. This man is another gentleman with a lot of stories. And as a matter of fact, I bet you didn't know this, but if you go to Wikipedia, you will find out that Bushwhacker Luke is, I believe, the second oldest still performing professional wrestler today. He is quite a guy. He's got I'll tell you something, what an amazing man. It was so good to see him sit back and chat. And as far as the Tanaka goes, you know, November is Native American month.
It is?
So, yes, it is. So, you get a lot of things going for yourself.
Well, we're going to be taping a lot of great episodes. We have some other great superstars and legends we've been talking to about joining us when we're down there for Wrestle House 2. Who knows who's going to show up? Look at everybody we had WrestleMania week in Tampa. It was a success. Once we actually lugged everything down to the Sunshine State, it was rather easy to have everybody come to us instead of having to play taxi cab back and forth to Logan Airport and hotels every weekend like we did last year with all the superstars that came in. Not that we don't enjoy seeing our friends, but we think that'll make things a little easier on everybody. We'll still be able to tape some great quality episodes, and we'll be able to get a great quantity done for our wrestling.
I may be down there. I'm working on
Oh,
bringing
really?
my...
You're going to be joining us at Wrestle House.
No, I didn't say that. You haven't been invited. So
you were invited.
I'm invited. All right. But I'm
When
going
are
to
you
try to
going
get my
down?
granddaughter, my son Dan, and my daughter-in-law Janet down to Universal for the Grinch Christmas.
What days? Do you know?
I'm working on that now with my agent, and hopefully
Your
we'll-
agent? All right.
Yep.
We'll be there the 30th through the 6th. So if
You
wanna-
never know. Let me see. It's got to be a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, back Sunday. So I'm working on that now.
Well,
Everything
if
I
you go
look
that
at
first
is
weekend.
it's all sold out. It's,
What's all sold out?
Where I want to stay at the Royal Pacific, sold out.
You stay
Can't
at
get
the
any
big
rooms.
time. I'll tell you this: you'd have just as much fun at some of the non-$600 a night
Sapphire
Universal.
Falls?
You could try that. I know you said you don't like hard rock.
It's just not my thing.
I like the.
I've stayed at the Portofino, which is the most expensive.
Surfside, I like, is a nice, easy one. Cabana Bay, no, you're sickened at the thought of even staying at a place like that that's under $500 a night. I apologize.
I didn't pay $500 a night.
How much did you pay? $490?
Not even that.
Well, how much was it a night where you were?
Including, all right, I'll give the Royal Pacific a plug, including the concierge presidential level.
Yes.
$328 a night.
Really? How many with just one room, though?
Of course, but with I don't know if they have a room that will take all four of us. I want my son Matt's girls, Shelby and Noelle, to come also, but I'm not sure that's going to be possible. So what I'll work on is bringing Dan, Janet, and Ashlyn, and then next year I'll take the girls down.
Oh, you could do that.
Yep.
I don't want to make you sick, but if you actually stayed at the Surfside Universal property, each room has two, well, I guess what you'd equate to 3 beds in 2 bedrooms.
There's a sofa and 2 beds, right?
No, it's 3 beds. You have one private bedroom with a bed, and then there's...
With a door on it?
Yeah.
Well, they must have that at the Royal Pacific.
I don't know.
I'll let you know.
That's the only one that I know of.
The Portofino was very nice.
We went to the Cabana Bay once, which had 2 beds and a sleeper sofa. And guess who wound up on the sleeper sofa? On concrete while Linda enjoyed
Linda Moratti?
Yeah, Linda enjoyed her nice bed. Linda was a huge help at Back to the 90s. She must have just thought it was still the 90s because I don't think she's made it yet. But that's a different story for a different time. Wrestling.
Whoa!
You talk about the real Grinch. Let me tell you, it doesn't have to be Christmas for her.
Upside
but anyway.
the head.
All right, wrestling fans, right now we're going to take a brief time out. When we come back, we're going to talk about some current happenings in the world of professional wrestling. Stand by. Wrestling Insider's Fabulous Fridays continues.
Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. since July of 2020. Every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Mighty rocking each and every Thursday night.
It hits different live with WWE Super Show. Don't miss an epic main event.
Drew McIntyre and Kofi Kingston, King Woods, The New Day, Roman Reigns, and the Usos in a six-man tag team match.
Will the new arrivals on the Blue Brand disrupt the dominance of the Bloodline? It's WWE Super Show in Boston, Sunday, January 9th. Tickets and Superstar Experience packages on sale now.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marati.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Arguably the greatest professional wrestler of all time. Get this limited edition collector's autograph print personally signed by two-time WWE Hall of Famer Nature Boy Ric Flair, inscribed 16 times for each of his recognized World Championship reigns. One of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome Ric Flair collectible for your wrestling collection now.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to segment 2 of Wrestling Insider's Fabulous Fridays. Dan Marati, John Cena Sr. here, still trying to get over that post back to the 90s hangover. And I think I only had 2 or 3 adult beverages that night, so it's not like I had a hangover.
I had ginger ale. Moniz had tea.
Tea?
Tea.
Well, she went all out.
She wouldn't even have Mai Tai.
Really?
I tried to get her a suffering bastard, and he wouldn't stay, so we tried to get a couple of drinks. Even the waiter was, have a drink. No, I'm having tea.
Well, all right, Johnny, let's try and mull through some of the news. As we kind of alluded to earlier on, Hacksaw Jim Duggan on social media is on the mend. He's been enjoying breakfast on his porch with his chickens.
Good.
He said he's canceled all appearances for 2021, but hoping to hit the road in 2022. I have been in communication with Mrs. Duggan. Hopefully that can lead to him joining us on April 16th. Certainly not a promise. We do not want to put any words in anyone's mouth, but you know, we are looking forward to having the man when he's with us. I think it's going to be a tremendous celebration when we do.
I'm telling you, like I said, if you get the lineup you're talking about and the talent we're talking about, or you're talking about for the 16th of April, get a ticket. There won't be any left. I'm telling you right now, Duggan is on the mend. He's a hard man to keep down. Please God, he heals well. We did a tribute to Jim, a kind of like a hello, get better. You were a bit confused on the 10-bell salute afterwards. Yes, and the intention, and it was, I said to somebody, you can't do a 10-bell salute and then do this to Duggan. So we did Duggan first, and then your ring announcer. Now we'll have a 10-bell salute for everyone who's passed away.
Put him over, Johnny. Put him over, brother.
Put him over?
Well, I'm being facetious, but you want to talk about tickets? There may be none left. Talking about being none left, another batch of WWE releases since the last time we got together.
It's like there's a machete down there. I can't believe this.
The day of the investors call, as a matter of fact. It always seems like something happens the day we tape as soon as we're done. I guarantee you there'll be something of interest today that happens after you head back to Fabo Estates on the helicopter. But let's run through some of the names that the fans would be more familiar with. What do you think about Big Keith Lee, who they renamed Bearcat Keith Lee not too long ago?
Bye. Kid had potential. I think they should have stuck with him. But you know what? I don't understand. Why? I just keep asking myself, why?
37, though. You think he was getting a little long in the tooth for what they wanted?
You know what?
No.
If Bushwhacker Luke, and you kind of chuckle at it, can still go out there, and he and I were talking in the back, and he said, you know, mate, I was here hoping to work. I said, what do you mean? 3, 4? No, mate. 15, 20-minute match. This guy can still go. So you know what, Vince, you're in good shape for a man of your age. You're 2 years younger than me. He's in great shape, and he can afford to be because he cares about his body and how he looks. Don't take it and say somebody 35 or 37 or 40 can't play the game. I think you've got to look at what you've got, and I think you've got to look at the term you want to keep them for and use them. That's not happening. Somebody goes in with scissors and a machete, and it's like, whack, goodbye. And I'm going, okay.
Would you have kept Keith Lee?
I think I would have. I think he had potential. You know what the sad part about this is? Nobody has had the chance to prove themselves. It's just like, bingo, see ya. I don't understand it. I realize they're top heavy.
Yeah, well, I realize, you know, I look at it like this. Great success in NXT. His first few weeks in the company, he was used in main events on television. I think he even was either in the main event or semi-main event of that Payback pay-per-view in August of 2020. But to me, and I don't know if it was the WWE presentation of it or what they wanted him to do, but it almost seemed like his promos were almost like an imitation of what a pro wrestling promo was supposed to be. And I don't know if that was with intent. I don't know if that was him. I don't know if that was WWE, but I thought it was lousy.
All I can tell you is this. Having been there, having worked there, the promo is the promo. Let me tell you, there's very few people in that collection that are allowed to run their mouth, so to speak. And that means free reign to say what you want. What's on that paper is what you say. So somebody wrote it, he had to say it.
Well, I'm talking about the delivery more than the verbiage.
Well, you know, not everybody can do
It almost
promos.
seemed like he should be working like a D-level nightclub in Vegas or something with the.
Well, we had that right there at the Memorial Hall on the 13th, talking about people that can't deliver. So, you know, my whole thing is, this is why you've got to look at what you have, the character you've created, and decide what type of help they need. Managerial help, promo help. If they can't speak, then get somebody in there that can do it for them. Why the hell do you think we had the managers? Why do you think I have so much fun being a manager, going and doing what I do?
Now
I can still take the bumps.
protege under your belt, JTG.
I can still take the few bumps if I have to. But the fact of the matter is, you got a guy that can't handle the stick. Do you think for 1 minute Roman Reigns could put Roman Reigns over? Yeah, he can wrestle. He can do his shit out there. But you know what? Heyman's the key to Roman Reigns right now.
All right. Well, they didn't want to leave anyone in the Lee household jealous, so they decided to release his fiancee too, Mia Yim, formerly of the hideous Retribution faction, which was ouch. But again, tough call. 32-year-old lady, certainly not 37. It just seems like after Retribution, they didn't really give her a chance. Would you have repackaged her, or do you think they made the right call on this one with Yim?
I probably would have tried to repackage her and see if we could have done something. But I think what they're doing now, I tell you what, you know, I was shooting the breeze in the back before we came out. Other people feel like I do.
What's that?
They're getting ready to sell it. You know, you're trying to increase the bottom line. Stockholders are important. You're one. I have one share. I guess I won. But as a business person who runs or had run several businesses, all I can tell you is this. You're trimming and trimming and trimming to make the bottom line look better, to attract the fish. That's the bait. Somebody's going to come along and want to buy it. And, you know, as one person said, mate, I don't think so. As long as Vince is there, ain't happening. But if he can get that package to where he wants it, I'm still the CEO. Stephanie's got this job. Triple H has got this job. You know, Laurinaitis has got this job. I think there's a deal to be cut. As soon as my friend Khan came on from CBS, I believe it was, or NBC.
He's been all over the place.
Yeah, well,
guess
what?
He's been a talent representative. He's worked in media.
He's the guy.
Worn many hats.
He's the guy that's slicing and dicing. And that's only for one reason.
What about one that I have to say this, and I hate to see anyone lose their job, but as far as not seeing them on television anymore, I'm thrilled. Big Nia Jax.
You know, I don't know what you got against her.
She's awful. She injures people. She had no talent to begin with. She probably would have never been given the job if she wasn't related to The Rock.
Jimmy Snuka and The Rock.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? I have no problem with what you're saying. I think that when you, and this is a perfect example of when they should have looked at the talent at the very beginning rather than put this person in a position of security. Do you understand what I'm saying? You just don't
think
do
they
that.
ever should have given her the opportunity.
That's exactly right.
Huh. Interesting. Well, you know what? For her own good, she was given a platform to become a nationally known, well, a worldwide known personality on TV. So I'm sure, if not another major league company where women are so scarce with major league experience, there's always independents as well.
That's exactly right.
I don't know if Hollywood would come knocking for her. I don't know what kind of role they would have for Nia, but you never know. The Rock could open many doors where they are related. I'm just glad she's not going to be in the ring potentially hurting people and putting on lousy matches.
You know what? And
Nothing
again,
against her personally.
And again, I go right back to the very beginning. This isn't something that just happened. It's an ongoing situation with her. So the fact of the matter is, why not make the decision then? Look, Dwayne Johnson's a great human being. I don't care if she was related to the Pope. If you can't pull the trigger and do the job, because when I'm in that ring and the Dwayne Johnson's in that, my life is in your hands and your life is in mine. If she's doing those kinds of things, no place in this business. Nope, maybe she's a great manager, but don't put her out there as a wrestler. And they did a disservice to her and the individuals that she's working with.
Well, they put them in jeopardy. If it was dangerous to work with. I mean, I don't know if I'd exactly call her Brody, but
no, I watched some of the stuff she did. I'm sorry to say.
I call it green. You know what I mean? Maybe not ready.
Why call it now? Call it at the very beginning. Don't let somebody feel scared. What did she say? I was shocked. I was on leave. I thought there was a storyline where I was coming back.
I don't know how stressed out and how much time off these people needed when they were working 1 day a week for over a year. I mean, I think that's almost like a vacation compared to...
Try doing what some of the superstars have done.
Yeah.
Cena, 325, 30 days. The Rock was out there busting his ass. Hogan, you couldn't keep up with it. Austin.
1 day a week, please. Another couple they put the kibosh to, Johnny. One, and I think this one could come back and bite them in the ass because I see superstardom written all over them. Karrion Kross and Scarlett, who were quite the duo in NXT. Why they decided to separate them once they brought Karrion Kross up to Raw. They repackaged them once. They were getting ready for another repackage, and then they just decided to package them up and ship them off via UPS and release them.
Because somebody sits back and says,
I can do it better?
Yeah, or I don't need him. I think,
Well, I think when they took Scarlett away from him, he lost a little bit of that element of what made him successful. But I wouldn't have gotten rid of either one of them.
I wouldn't have either. But the fact of the matter is...
I can see. This one is a mistake.
I have to tell you this. I don't believe it's just Vince McMahon, and people are blaming Vince for all this stuff. I say no.
Now, see, I disagree with you. At the end of the day, if Vince McMahon truly wanted one of these people, or any of these people, do you really think they'd be gone?
You know what? I'm not sure anymore.
Really?
Because, and I really mean this, and people, I don't know any, and believe me when I say this, I don't know any more than anybody else. I believe me, I don't. I have no inside tracks. I don't know any little secrets. I'm not the guy, I was at the meeting, and all I can say is this. The way that WWE has done and currently is doing business, I don't think it's the same deal anymore.
Well, all right. Could you see Kross going on to be a major force in another promotion?
Yes.
Great size. He's only 36. I mean, he's not elderly.
I'd bring his partner with him.
Yes. And she's much younger, so
there's a duo right there that's worth the money. That's money. You know what we say? Marty, that wrestler's money. That team is money. And somebody just doesn't know what they're looking at.
Well, we also lost one individual that people had suspected was you at one point, a Lucha House Party. Gran Metalik and Lince Dorado. They said, from your days as a luchador down in Mexico, taught some of their moves. Disappointed, surprised to see Lucha House Party, I guess, move the party on to another house.
I guess the party wanted to move anyway. So, you know what?
They did. They had asked for their release here in Boston.
So guess what? Nothing ventured, nothing gained. You don't want to be here. You know, And if they made a mistake by asking for it, I have the old saying. My brother-in-law, Tom used to say, my sister Eileen's brother before he passed away, and he always used to say it: "Be careful what you wish for. You just might get it."
Well, or maybe they're happy.
I think
don't
they
know.
might be. You know what?
I haven't seen official comments from them.
I hate to say this because WWE, I have a great deal of respect for them, my family. But what I say is this: there is life outside of WWE.
Sure.
AEW is proving that. Impact is trying to prove it. The indies are an open market. I mean, I look at Matt Cardona. Look at that. He's living the dream.
Well, Kalisto just made his AEW debut under his former name in Mexico, formerly of Lucha House Party. So who knows? Maybe they could reunite them there.
Anybody, and I'm going to get myself in trouble, I guess, but anybody that says, WWE is it, sorry, folks. When there was no competition, WWE was it. Don't tell me AEW is not competition. Don't tell me that's number two. There can't be a third out there. So when you were the only furniture store on the street, maybe. Ain't so now.
Well, you also had, let's try and run through them, Johnny, as we've gone past the break time. A guy that was supposed to be brought back with great promise, a man that was supposed to main event Survivor Series 2007 against Shawn Michaels, and it's just the dots never seem to connect. He was brought back again under contract full time. He was never used on television once. He worked one dark match. The son of the late great Davey Boy Smith, Harry Smith, Davey Boy Smith Jr. Great size.
Great wrestler. I think he had some potential.
Why wouldn't you have at least put him on TV once or tried to do something with him? Why just waste the money to bring him in for absolutely zero reason?
Pacification. Try to let somebody say, look what we did, look what we did, look what we did. And you're saying that Shawn Michaels is done.
What's that?
Shawn Michaels is done.
What do you mean he's done?
You said he's done? You said Shawn Michaels?
No, he was supposed to show how many different ideas they've had for him over the years that they've never done.
I agree.
On the 10th anniversary of the Montreal Screwjob, they were going to have him work Shawn at Survivor Series. And that was 10 years ago.
That would have been great.
Know that never happened.
No, it didn't. Well, you know what? All I can say is the company has changed.
We lost Ember Moon. Ooh. She's going back to the woods, back to the forest, I guess.
Oh, well, here we go. Cut some more trees.
You didn't lose an Ember, really didn't. No, all right. Well, we also lost a guy formerly competed here in Boston Wrestling MWF under the name Biff Busick, in NXT known as Oney Lorcan.
Biff held a little bit of potential there.
Oh, just a little?
A little.
All right.
A little.
Now, probably didn't have WrestleMania headliner superstar look, but a very sound technician once the bell rang.
Understood what was going on.
Yes, very good, very solid.
And my mate and I were talking about this in the back.
You
he
and
said,
Lou.
Yep. One of the things that he told the young men back there, because I don't know why the promoter didn't want women. That's another story for another time. But he said, listen to the crowd. Psychology, and they don't understand.
Well, not to be confused with J-Fab, we also lost B-Fab.
Long lost relative, I guess, huh?
Well, I tell you this, I think there's a lot of great potential in Isaiah Swerve Scott. While, maybe if he had a few more inches, you're talking main event potential, but a lot of potential in him. That Hit Row faction on SmackDown is really fresh and really good, I think. I don't think they needed B-Fab. Maybe they could have used J-Fab. I don't know.
Have him call me.
But stick a fork in her, she's done, as Gorilla Monsoon
She's done.
would say.
She's finished.
Anyone on that list surprise you? Anyone disappoint you?
Well, I Cross is one that I was kind of like, really? Really? The Luchador Party, that was kind of a fun thing.
Were you, just to clarify, were you ever a member of Lucha House Party?
Never.
All right.
Never. Outside of that, I hate to say it, but it's business as usual for WWE. I don't think anybody, and say what you want, somebody is not putting a lot of thought into the future because what they have on their roster, main roster now, I think there's a couple there that could get the axe.
And many on the main roster that are in their 40s that are
Thank
older
you.
than even me.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Not for nothing, but all right, wrestling fans, right now we're going to take a brief time out. When we come back, we're going to talk more about the world of the king of sports, professional wrestling. Don't forget, this Wednesday, Thanksgiving Eve, we are getting ready to gear up for a huge 2022. We want you to join us as we kick off our third decade for Soul Survivor 10, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall, when we go back to the 80s. Stand by.
Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marotti.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It's all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now, available on eBay.
Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. At Survivor Series, it was champion versus champion as WWE champion Drew McIntyre battled Universal champion Roman Reigns with Paul Heyman. Get this 11x14 poster autographed by all three men. Limited edition, number 42 of only 50, with authentication hologram on the back of the poster itself. Comes with a mystery autographed 8x10 photo and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. Segment 3, Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. It was a big night. I'm sure you were gearing up to head on down to the XL Center in Hartford, Connecticut for SmackDown Live, front
Indeed,
row as usual.
I was.
You had to dash back here to the studio.
I did. I was all warmed up, ready to go. We copter, bing.
Bing, bang, boom. All right, Johnny, it is a big weekend in the world of professional wrestling for fans here in the Boston area, though. If you want something to, after you get your tickets, of course, to Back to the 80s Extravaganza, April the 16th, on Sunday afternoon, January the 9th, on the 29th anniversary of the Bret Hart Ric Flair Marathon match at the Old Boston Garden, there'll be a WWE Super Show with a special 5 p.m. bell time.
In Boston?
At the TD Garden in Boston, Johnny. I'm sure the fans will be looking forward to seeing you there that night.
I haven't been invited.
Well, it's kind of rough, I don't know, to run up against the NFL. The Patriots could potentially be playing. That would not have been the date I would have booked. One man's opinion. One man's opinion.
I would concur, but somebody's not getting the message.
Well, I mean, I think in January, there are some cities you avoid on a Friday or a Saturday, and I would think Boston would be one of them.
Absolutely. And it's like the Batman movie, remember? What did he say? Oh, you didn't get the memo?
All right, wrestling fans, this Sunday night, Johnny, is one of the marquee events in the world of WWE from the Barclays Center, as of now the non-sold-out Barclays Center in Brooklyn, New York, which was a real surprise and I think shows the state of the interest right now in the company in a negative way. Survivor Series.
Until you bring back professional wrestling the way it should be, WWE has gone way out of the realm, way out of the realm. It says a lot about the current product. And I don't get it. Why aren't they listening? Why aren't they listening? The fans are the lifeblood of this industry. You've said it a million times. I say it every time I do a show or I'm here with you. Without the fans, this is what you have for professional wrestling. Zero. and they don't understand it. The numbers are going down.
But can you believe they haven't even sold out Brooklyn for Survivor? They're not even a house show or a TV taping. One of the big four?
Well,
come on.
What does
man.
it say? What does it say?
What is it going to say in 2022 when Survivor Series has hit the Garden in Boston?
Maybe it won't be there.
Well, no, they've announced it. I don't think that.
You know, they announced a lot of stuff.
Well, I like, as we noted before, I like the fact that there are going to be so many Saturday pay-per-views in 2022. But outside of Survivor Series, I guess now Money in the Bank is included, and it's now the Big Five. The rest of them are all going to be in major stadiums. Boston is the only one that's going to be in a traditional arena setting. So get your tickets now.
Yeah, I guess, what does Moniz always say? Go big or go home?
Yeah.
So Vince is
They're
going
going
big. He ain't going home.
Well, let's
Good luck.
run through some of this lineup, Johnny, as they continue to say it's the one time a year when it's brand versus brand, head on head, as they led into a 6-man tag team match that was Raw versus SmackDown on TV on Monday night. But I guess that's, yeah, well, you know, I guess it sounds good when trying to promote the pay-per-view when they do it over and over and over again throughout the year. But again, you know, why nitpick? You know, when you insult the fans' intelligence, why expect them to not tune out? You know, but one man's opinion.
Maybe Cena will be there.
I highly doubt it.
In January?
Oh, in January? Who knows? He came back in January before for a short spell.
Hometown, yeah, hometown, yeah.
Well, maybe a tag match, maybe. Father and son. If Luke can do it, I know you just hit that 60 bridge, but
I hope I see Cowboy Bob Orton at one of our shows.
Yeah, how you doing, Johnny? Yeah. All right. Main event, Johnny. Champion versus champion. Raw versus SmackDown. It'll be Big E no title defenses, which is yet another reason why no one cares. It'll be Raw champion, WWE champion Big E against the WWE Universal Champion representing SmackDown, Roman Reigns.
Roman Reigns goes over Big E. Next match. You see what's bad about this? My 8-year-old granddaughter, Ashlyn, will sit here and go, he's going to lose. Why? Where is the storyline? Where's the suspense? Where's the build-up? Okay, Roman, we know you're the man.
It'll be champion versus champion as the Raw Women's Champion that was the SmackDown Women's Champion, Becky Lynch, challenges the SmackDown Champion that was the Raw Women's Champion, Charlotte Flair. And, and again, I continue to say, why bother to put the champions in the draft if they're just going to exchange them almost like Christmas gifts or...
The thing I'm concerned about with that match is there's some real heat. This is no, I don't think many people understand the business, but there's some real heat between these two ladies. You put those two ladies in the ring, it might not be a match. It just might end up being a shoot. So that holds some potential. But, my call, hello, Becky Lynch.
Johnny, I hate to say it because I know some quote-unquote online journalists got bashed for it, but I think I'm starting to notice it more than ever, how much Charlotte Flair's face is transformed. I mean, it's really awkward.
You think it's surgery?
Unless it's just vanishing in the middle. I mean, unless Andrade's taking a pencil and just erasing part of her in the middle of the night at home. And I'm not trying to be cruel, but it's to the point where it really, and I think it's aged her too.
Too thin.
It's insanely thin. Sometimes when they shoot her at a side angle, it doesn't even look like her anymore.
No, I would.
And I'm not trying to be cruel.
No. Comments are good. You know what?
Well, it's not exactly a compliment either, but I'm not
criticism.
trying to knock her.
No.
She looks kind of like an elf.
Your new elf on the shelf for Christmas. You too can have
They
Charlotte
just need
Flair.
to get little tips for the top of her ears. But
was that tips?
Yeah, something. No, I wouldn't say that. One match, though, I have to say, Johnny, I actually am looking forward to. I think potentially could be the match of the night. It'll be the Raw Tag Team Champions. I won't even use the name because I hate it. Randy Orton and Riddle taking on the Usos of SmackDown Tag Team Championship. That could be a hell of a wrestling match.
I'm going to well, the Usos are going to go over, obviously.
Who do you think is going to go over?
The Usos.
You think it'll be the Usos?
There's no question about it.
Well, I don't know. You got Randy Orton in there. I still see them being teased to be broken up to wrestle at WrestleMania. But
the Usos?
No, Orton and
Riddle?
Riddle.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, no question about it. But the Usos will go over. Having worked with Randy Orton, outstanding athlete. I may not like what happened.
There's a trading card.
But shit happened. Yeah, I got it right here. Look, you want me to show you? A fan did a favor. And made a trading card. There it is. Get a real tight shot of that one. That was known as the infamous punt. Orton's got a lot left in the engine. Don't count Orton out. But you know what? They've got to put the Usos over because they've got to continue this little game they're playing with Roman Reigns and continued interference. When Lesnar comes back, we'll see what happens.
Well, he is going to be in Los Angeles December 10th for SmackDown Live, so I think that'll begin the build of the Royal Rumble. That remains to be seen.
Right.
Champion versus champion yet again. Damian Priest takes on Shinsuke Nakamura in another interbrand match.
I'll tell you what, if I had to make a choice in that one, I'd say Damian Priest.
I would as well, even though he's not exactly a youngin' himself, where they're playing the age game. I think he's a couple of years younger than Shinsuke, and he's kind of the new kid on the block that they're trying to push. Shinsuke has kind of been around the block. You know, he's had his World Championship match at WrestleMania, and I think he's pretty much plateaued as far as what they're going to do with him in 2021. I agree with you on that one.
Release.
I don't know about... It used to be delete with Matt Hardy. Now it's release. Well, it's not that funny. But so I think we've agreed on every pick thus far. But I see I have to read it because I can't remember it.
That's all right.
It's going to be Raw versus SmackDown in traditional Survivor Series tag team matches. It'll be Seth Rollins, Kevin Owens, Finn Balor, and then replacing Rey and Dominic Mysterio, Bobby Lashley and Austin Theory, taking on Drew McIntyre, Jeff Hardy, King Woods, Happy Corbin, and someone that was probably announced tonight a little while ago, to show how much thought they put into it. Does Baron have a lot to be happy about other than that he hasn't been released?
Corbin is a waste of time and money. All right? I don't know where the hell they're looking, but they're looking in the right direction when they let people go. Not that he can't do a job, but he just doesn't have it.
So he should be happy.
He should be happy and get a release and go somewhere else.
No, he'd be happy that he didn't get one.
Yeah, I would definitely say somebody's, I don't know. My thought is I would probably go with the side of McIntyre. I think.
You think SmackDown will win?
I think they'll win, yeah.
See, I disagree with you. I see Raw on that one.
Well, let's see what happens.
All right, and then the big one, Johnny, the female 10 women's tag team match. It'll be Bianca Belair, Rhea Ripley, Liv Morgan, Carmella, and Queen Zelina, who now has a English accent from Brooklyn, will take on Sasha Banks, the Herman Munster of WWE, Shayna Baszler, Shotzi Blackheart, Natalya Neidhart. You know they're digging deep when they throw Natalya out there. And yet another question mark that was likely resolved earlier tonight on SmackDown. Which side do you see victorious on this when these 10 women go to war at the Barclays?
Well, we got Bianca out there, obviously, so I think that's going to be a comeback. I expect to see her and Sasha Banks go at it one-on-one.
Well, with Bianca, though, again, I know you've been so busy you may have missed it, but they've set up Bianca for a pretty big feud on Raw. Oh, you have seen it. All right. Well, I figured that individual may interfere in that match, and SmackDown would win that way if Doudrop came out and dropped on Bianca.
All right, Doudrop, come on outside there, old folks, out here and have a good time.
And again, doesn't it show how much thought is played into things?
They released her manager.
I think we forgot to mention her, too.
She's gone.
I couldn't stand Eva Marie. Good riddance.
No,
pretty
I'm
lady,
with you. But why would you bring her back to dump her?
No talent.
Yeah, but see, why? Why would you bring a person back to only turn around and say, have a good day?
But Doudrop has now been heel, face, heel in about 4 months in the company.
Please. You know what? Now they want to know why people don't watch.
Yeah. Do you have any interest in Doudrop?
I'd change it to dung drop. You know what? Gumdrop, whatever the hell you want to say.
She should just be dropped. The do should be dropped. And we're not talking about that kind of do.
Nope.
No.
See you later.
Right. Well, Johnny, before we go, I did want to note, as we're going on overtime once again, we had a loss of one of the greats in the king of sports professional wrestling, a legend in the CFL, the Canadian Football League, main evented in virtually every territory he went to back in that era of pro wrestling, King Kong Angelo Mosca.
I remember Angelo Mosca. He was kind of out of his mind sometimes when he wrestled. He really brought it to the front like Killer Kowalski and the other superstars, the original Sheik. You know, I think it's a sad loss to the business. It really is. When we start losing, and I said this in the ring when we did the tribute to Jim Duggan, I thank those legends and superstars because they are truly the ones who bulldozed the trees and paved the way for the young men and women today to be in the king of sports.
Did you see that brawl that he had a couple of years ago on ESPN and other news outlets when a long rival of his from the CFL first tried to shove a flower in his face, and Mosca got angry and hit the other man in the face with his cane, and then the guy came back and started punching him. And
no.
These two men in the mid-70s, to be generous. I think it was Joe Kep or Kep. I'm believe
it's
it
a
or
work,
not.
Of course.
No.
It was a shoot?
You've got to see the video. It was all over ESPN and social media for days.
Oh, my God.
Mosca had no balance, so after he swung the cane and hit him in the face, as soon as the guy punched him, then hit him with the left on his way down, and Mosca was done. But I guess this went back to a debatable dirty play probably back in the 60s, so it was a long-time grudge. The man said he's looked at the picture of Mosca making the hit for 50 years.
That's sad.
That's a grudge and a half, John.
Yeah.
It's like me and Dylan, but anyway.
You and Dylan, you got a grudge with a lot of people.
Well,
there's
only one. That's what I was going to say. There's only, that's the real.
And she was so nice to everybody. There was a sign over the door. I couldn't believe it. It said, "Thank God." And then I said, "She's got religion," but it said, "Marty's not here."
Yeah, maybe she meant Dylan. Who knows? I don't know. I like I said, the report that night was it was a hug. You said it was a handshake.
No hug.
I take your word for it, as I respect you.
I don't remember a hug. I really don't.
I was going to say, look for disinfectant if there was one. All right, wrestling fans, we're running out of time on this episode. For the fabulous one, John Cena Sr., I'm Dan Marati. Don't forget the big news, folks. This Wednesday, Thanksgiving Eve, tickets and VIP packages go on sale for Boston Wrestling MWF's Back to the 80s extravaganza, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose. What a great gift to give for Christmas this holiday season to the wrestling fan on your list. And don't forget, beginning a week from that Wednesday, December the 1st, we'll be in the Sunshine State for the Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive when we bring you live episodes. We bring you cyber autograph signings and so much more. Again, for John Cena Sr., not B-Fab, he's J-Fab. I'm Dan Marati. Good night from Boston.
All right, wrestling fans, how about that? 5 big episodes, 5 big personalities, 5 points of view. We want to continue to keep doing that with you each and every week. I love Wrestling Insiders, the series. There are some now that we are back in live event mode that say we need to stay in live event mode and not worry about the talk shows. I think there's room for both. But again, we are out of episodes with Marty Jannetty in just a couple of weeks. We need your help to keep the party going, to keep Marty rocking. You know, the Marty Jannetty, again, that we had on November 13th at our Back to the 90s reunion was just so great, so much fun. You know, and that's what we hope to have back in studio once he is able to return. But we need your help to make it happen. Again, the Indiegogo link in the comment section below in the premier chat box. You can also super chat us if you had some fun tonight. More important than ever is also the Patreon campaign. You know, the numbers have slipped a little bit. Maybe it's because we were focused on the event so much, but it's just, man, you know what? There's only X amount of us, and we need more help. We need more studio help. We need more graphics help. We need Thank God David Reese is a psychiatrist, or I could say we need more mental help, but that's a different story for a different time. We hope you had fun tonight with us. We will be back. Don't forget, tomorrow night, Sunday Night Live. We are going to take a break from Retro Survivor Series, and we are going to very likely watch Survivor Series 2021 live from Brooklyn together. So we'll have some fun. If you guys can tune in, join us, share your thoughts, share your opinions on one of WWE's big 4 pay-per-views of the year. Nice to be back in front of people, unlike last year when The Undertaker bid WWE adieu from the Thunderdome. But nonetheless, I am your very humble host, Dan Marotti. Very thankful that you are with us as we approach Thanksgiving this week. I didn't even realize that. My gosh, I really am tired. It is Thanksgiving this week. We hope you and yours have a wonderful, happy, healthy holiday. Have some fun. I know different people have different points of view with how social distanced or how many people should get together. However you decide to personally choose to celebrate your holiday, we hope it is a good one and you get to have some goodies and you get to at least communicate in some way, shape, or form with those that matter to you. So again, I'm Dan Marotti. We hope you and yours be well, be healthy, be thankful. Be thankful and grateful for all the good things that there are out there. I'm struggling with that right now myself. Until we speak again, folks, happy Thanksgiving. Good night from Boston.